Today we end the torment. 19 books, 11 games, 8 whole years, all leading to this moment. The ultimate FNAF timeline is... Our story begins not in the 1980s, or even in the 1970s, but all the way back in the 1930s. It was the throes of the Great Depression, and people were in desperate need of cheap entertainment, especially in Utah, one of the states hit hardest, fourth highest unemployment in the nation, and full of transients. People looking for work in Salt Lake, finding none, and ultimately moving on to find their fortunes out in California. People were tired and they were hungry, but as they traveled, there was one thing that could lift their spirits. A simple roadside attraction called Fredbear's Singin' Show. The ads were plastered all over town, featuring an animated bear drawn in the popular pie-eyed cartoon style for characters at the time. He resembled cartoons like Mickey Mouse, Felix the Cat, Betty Boop. It immediately said that this, Fredbear's, was a place where you could bring the family. And the price, honestly, couldn't be beat. For 50 cents, you could get food and entertainment as you watched the local trained real-life dancing bear perform on stage. Normally, you only got to see dancing bears at large traveling circuses like Barnum and Bailey, where the tickets would go for about $1. That's $1 without food. But this was a smaller show, like the type from the Vaughn brothers or the Robbins brothers, where tickets would sell for just a mere 50 cents. Watching that bear do tricks on stage brought a glimmer of joy at a time when so much was wrong with the world. The simple show would go on for years, bringing happiness to hundreds of travelers passing through looking for a quick meal. But it left a permanent impression on one little boy, capturing his imagination in a way that nothing else had. One little boy named Billy. That was his nickname at least, but his parents liked to call him William Afton. The bear could dance, it could sing. For decades, William dreamed of recreating that moment of bringing a musical bear to life, but how? William was smart, without a doubt, and he had a keen mind for business, but he wasn't the most creative. How do you make a singing, dancing bear come to life? The best he could do was using rudimentary costumes. William was inspired by the work of Walt Disney, who throughout the 50s and 60s was pioneering the use of mascot suits throughout his theme park. The big innovation? Suits with 5 fingers. This allowed the performers wearing the suits to use their natural arms and hands to interact with the guests, as opposed to the older models where the arms would just hang limply by their sides. Finally, with a simple mascot suit, he would be able to realize his childhood dream. He would be able to bring Fredbear to life. To appeal to the kids, and for copyright reasons, he changed Fredbear from a realistic brown animal to a cartoonish yellow bear with a purple hat and bow tie. But feeling like one character wasn't enough, he added another friend, a yellow rabbit with a purple vest and matching tie named Bonnie the Bunny. While Fredbear was certainly his first love, Bonnie was extra special because that was his. It was an original character that he had created from scratch. And I do mean scratch. William's hand-sewn costumes were rough, with seams and stitches visibly showing, but it was the best that he could do. And you know what? It was just enough. Bonnie and Fredbear would perform on stage to small but enthusiastic crowds. Finally, he was able to deliver fantasy and fun to all the kids, delighting and inspiring them in the exact way that he had been delighted and inspired so many years ago. And things could have ended there. That could have been the end to his story. It could have been perfect had it not been for one thing. Other people saw the success of his idea and they wanted in. Enter Chica's Party World, a rival restaurant starring performing animal characters. His idea, except they did it better. William may have been the first, but obviously he wasn't the best. It hurt the prideful William Afton to admit it, but this restaurant was able to do the thing that he always wanted to do: make the animals actually come to life. All of the performers in this restaurant were robots, simple metal skeletons that were powered by battery packs, but all of them able to freely turn and talk and dance on their own, no human required. It was like magic that came from the mind of a brilliant creator named Henry Emily. This Henry, in some small way, had been able to harness the power of life itself. Afton admired him. He was jealous, to be sure, but he also looked upon this man with awe. Off to one side of Chica's Party World was a small cabaret stage featuring an elephant magician. On the other, a hippo known to ramble on and on. That one was more of a joke for the parents, but it was the main stage that was for the kids. A rocking band of characters featuring a yellow chicken thing with a southern drawl named Chica, backed by a band of other country-themed characters, including a pig with a banjo, an upbeat frog from the local swimming hole, and a brown bear with a heavy southern accent. Wait, a bear? But bears were his animals. Why not a cow or a horse? Something to fit the country theme a bit better. Why'd it have to be a bear? And adding insult to injury, they had the nerve to call this thing Ned Bear, a direct copy of his own Fredbear.
Whoops, that's gonna leave a mark.
No, that was not okay. Afton's jealous admiration turned to hardened bitterness. A bitterness that would only grow over the next couple of years as families continued to choose Chica's Party World over Fredbear's. William just couldn't compete with the appeal appeal of the robots. Eventually, his restaurant would go bankrupt, only to get bailed out by, of course, Henry Emily. Another insult, another humiliation that William wouldn't soon forget. 1979. Despite being bitter, Afton couldn't deny that what came next was a period of massive success and expansion. With the two franchises now merged into one, it was the best of both worlds. Afton's ideas with Henry's robotic expertise. The two men decided to launch under a new name, Fredbear's Family Diner, a pizza chain that would eventually come to feature a mix of humans in performing suits as well as on-stage animatronics. They decided to stick with Fredbear as the headliner, considering the yellow bear was easily identifiable as a brand and because he was the original performing animal mascot. Afton appreciated that. This new restaurant would also see a mix of characters as the two franchises merged into one, with Pig Patch and Happy Frog performing right alongside Fredbear and Bonnie. And as part of this one big Fredbear family, they even got themselves official merch that were released, ranging from masks to magnets.
The crappy Mr. Hippo fridge magnet?
I am sorry, Gregory.
That said, not all the characters were winners. The reception to some characters was just mediocre, so they faded away into the dumpster, storage units, and retro budget tech stores of lost nostalgia, waiting for their chance to step back into the limelight if and when a headliner went out of commission. Others, though, would fare much better, like a new Pirate Fox, as well as a blue guitar-playing variant of the yellow Bonnie Bunny. Ultimately, the franchise would get so big, it would spawn its own cartoon show, Fredbear and Friends. Business was booming. In the end, Fredbear and Bonnie's popularity would be so strong that they would be able to support the Fredbear's Family Diner franchise all on their own, while also spinning off a new sister location dedicated to their friends. In 1983, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza launched, giving a dedicated home to all this new supporting cast of characters: Chica the Chicken, Bonnie the Blue Bunny, Foxy the Pirate, and of course the headliner, a brown Freddy Fazbear. Business was good, and Afton was happy, mostly. It did bother him that the one original character that he created, the one that he himself played, Golden Bonnie, got passed over for inclusion in that cartoon show. The only character in the roster of regulars to get ignored for the show, but other than that, things were going smoothly. He had himself a wife, 2 sons, a daughter, he had a thriving business, and best of all, he was able to learn the craft of robotics from the man that he both loved and hated, Henry. Together, they were constantly pushing the limits of what these characters could do. Because it was quick and easy, new characters introduced into the roster would be given a simple hand-sewn suit with 5 fingers that any performer could wear. Eventually, Henry would design one of his signature animatronics for that character, utilizing a divided mouth with either a hinged or sliding jaw design. This was the first generation of animatronics. But why stop there? Afton had big ideas. What if the animatronics weren't just locked to the stage, but could freely roam the restaurant and interact with the kids? What if his mascot suits could become animatronics? What if you could use more than just rigid metallic skeletons? Why not experiment with tubes and wires that would give the animatronics fluidity and flexibility while still providing structure? The possibilities for this technology were endless. Afton fell in love with robotics. He had started with a dream of bringing one simple singing bear to life, but with robots, he had stumbled across the tools that gave him the ability to control life itself. And thanks to Henry, he was practically speedrunning his way to an engineering degree. And while William wouldn't admit it out loud, one other thing that kept pushing him forward was the desire to beat his former rival, to prove himself smarter and more capable, to surpass the man who everyone else considered to be a visionary genius. But pride cometh before the fall, and tragedy was about to strike. Okay, so 1983, business was booming with 2 whole restaurant franchises running, Fredbear's Family Diner and the newly opened Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Together, William and Henry had been able to take the hybrid suit idea and make it into a reality. They called their new invention the Springlock suit, and fittingly enough, it was symbolic of the partnership between these two men, a human suit as designed by William that could become a freestanding Henry-style robot. But because it was still new tech with kinks to work out, the rollout was limited, restricted only to the Fredbear's Family Diner location. All of this meant that William was busier than ever. He didn't have time to be a full-time parent, so he designed a nanny cam system where cameras and speakers were hidden throughout the neighborhood, as well as in his youngest son's favorite toy, Psychic Friend Fredbear. I mean, plushy Fredbear. But since cameras just weren't enough to raise a kid, he also left childcare duties to his eldest son, Michael. There was just one problem with that. Michael was far from the best babysitter. He tormented his younger brother by jump-scaring him with a Foxy mask and constantly left him behind. William watched all of it from his cameras. Kids would be kids. Tomorrow was another day, after all. Except Michael's torment didn't stop. Bitter, angry thoughts would run through Michael's mind. Why did he have to be the one to take care of this whining crybaby all the time? It just wasn't fair. It was time that he got even with his brother by playing the ultimate prank. A prank that just so happened to be on this crying child's birthday. He and his friends would take his scared little brother and make him do the one thing that he was terrified of doing, getting close to the animatronics. That would be embarrassing for the kid that was such an embarrassment to him. His brother squirmed, screamed, kicked, and fought, but just as they were putting that small, squirming boy up to Fredbear's lips, the mouth snapped shut. The sensitive spring locks inside the body had been triggered by the boy's movements, and they'd immediately clamped down. The wriggling stopped. The boy went limp, but it was just a prank. It was meant to be funny. The boy was taken to the hospital and was immediately given an IV. Flowers and pills filled the nightstand next to his hospital bed, but the damage was too severe. He couldn't recover. As the younger brother's consciousness began to fade, he could hear Michael's last words, a small and flimsy apology. But his father, Williams, through the voice of the Fredbear plush, were a firm and committed promise to a dying son. You're broken. I will put you back together. This would not be the end. No matter what, Williams' son would live again. It would just take time. Time that, right now, he just didn't have. His young son's heart flatlined as the boy faded into the inky unknown of the afterlife. In the aftermath of the tragedy, changes started happening around the restaurants. Kids were now required to wear security wristbands to prevent anyone from getting outside without parental permission. Any kid who approached the exit without permission would have to answer to the security puppet, a marionette on strings that could fly around on rails across the restaurant to stop kids in their tracks. Freddy Fazbear location. It was constantly leaving the restaurant without his brother. In the wake of Fredbear's spring lock failure, all the hybrid suits were getting retired, locked away at the nearby Freddy Fazbear location. It was yet another tough pill to swallow after all the hard work that he and Henry had put into them. William would eventually bury the boy's small body in a remote location out in the woods right alongside his drive into and out of work every day. The death of this little boy sent the family spiraling. His wife, crippled with grief, was so distraught that all she could do was sit and watch TV. But his son Michael was far worse, complaining of seeing hallucinations of a golden bear standing outside of his window. The boy was so racked with guilt that he was convinced that he was being haunted by the ghost of his brother stuck inside the suit that took his life. The suit's three-toed feet digging into the wet earth. The words, "It's me," ringing through Michael's ears. Some nights, Michael would even go so far as to break out of his room to check the gravesite and ensure that his brother was still there. As for William himself, he disappeared into his work and his drinks. Junior's, the local bar, wasn't far from his son's gravesite. He found himself going there more and more frequently, spending longer and longer amounts of time there. The bar gave him a place to think, to remember, to reflect and stew on how Henry had stolen his idea for an animal-themed restaurant, how they'd cut his character out of the cartoon when everyone else was there, how Henry had humiliated him by buying him out of bankruptcy, and now there was his son. Henry had taken his son from him. The robotic part was the part that failed, after all. William ordered one more drink, but it was one too many. The bar turned him out and told him to go home. But William didn't go home. Drunk and angry, William raced back to the restaurant to give Henry a piece of his mind, only to find someone else waiting. Henry's daughter, Charlie, locked outside of the building, bullies laughing at her through the window. Fine, some other problem to fix. But then Afton got an idea, a beautifully awful idea. This was his chance to get back at the man that had humiliated him all those years ago. Henry had killed his business, and now Henry's robotic suit had killed his son. It was time for William to do some killing of his own. Let Henry feel what it's like to have something you love get ripped away. While parties continued inside the walls of the pizzeria, William attacked Charlie in the back alley. It felt good. He felt free. The years of resentment and bitterness trapped in his heart finally released in a moment of pure unapologetic evil. He would make Henry hurt like he hurts. And in that moment, William became a killer. He dropped Charlie's lifeless body and drove home, forced to confront his family problems later that night, appalled, but also a little excited by what he had just done. Charlie's death would remain on the books as a random act of violence. And though Henry had suspicions about William, there was no physical evidence, nothing that could link him back to the crime. In the weeks that followed, Fredbear's family diner would close for good. 2 high-profile deaths around the restaurant with 2 grieving owners in such a short period of time was just too much bad press to handle. Besides, Freddy Fazbear's was still still open, and it was the newer restaurant anyway. All the equipment from the diner, including the old yellow suits and security puppet, would get retired to that location, and there they would sit for 2 uneventful years. The rest of 1983 and 1984 were spent quietly grieving. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza and the new cast of characters were a hit. Tragic memories of their yellow predecessors quickly faded. Afton kept a low profile and buried himself in work and research, quickly reaching Henry's level of engineering and even surpassing him. And while Henry slowed down to grieve, Afton kept going, even starting his own company, Afton Robotics, for all those pet projects that were a little bit too experimental for the regular operations of the pizzeria. The first of these experimental projects was a secret workshop under his house, a veritable bunker, which allowed him to work while still monitoring his kids via hidden security cameras. 1983. A passcode that served as a constant reminder of why the cameras were so important, why he was down there in the first place. This was all to fulfill the promise that he had made to his son, right? I will put you back together. This was for him, all for him, right? But cameras weren't enough. He needed to solve the runaway Michael problem. He had to keep him in the house. He couldn't have another one of his kids wind up dead inside of an animatronic suit. So why not run a little experiment on Michael? You see, all this work with Henry had gotten Afton to start learning more about life, robots, the human mind, and what a fallible machine we as humans were. Our reality is so easy to manipulate with a few sensory deceptions. Deceptions like sound. With just a few sounds, he had discovered that he could alter a person's vision. He could transform blank, smooth plastic robots into lumbering, twisted nightmares. Nightmares far scarier than he could create with actual materials. They would appear organic, rotting, putrid, terrifying. These would be his means of keeping his son Michael in the house where he belonged. Was it extreme? Maybe. But then again, this was the boy who had killed his son. He would make him sorry. And so Michael would grow up not only dealing with the memories of his own guilt, the hospital room, the pills, the flowers, the death of his brother, but also facing literal nightmares, illusions created by sound. Michael would never forget these either. Years later, as a security guard, he would still draw pictures of them inside of his logbook. But all of these extra projects meant that his home life suffered even more. He was an absent father and a non-existent husband, leaving his wife cold and alone.
Why do you hide inside your walls when there is music in my halls? All I see is an empty room, no more joy, an empty tomb.
And despite her repeated demands that he leave his office and engage with the family, he refused time and time again, leaving her no choice but to leave.
You burned down my house?
You call that a house? It was like a morgue in there. You need to see your son.
The baby isn't mine.
Well, how's this? I'm keeping the diamond ring.
And through it all, there was one lingering feeling. William wasn't done. He had gotten a taste of what it felt like to be unleashed, what it felt like to be free. Charlie's murder had unlocked something in him, and he wanted more. June 26th, 1985. Putting on the golden Bonnie suit, he lured children one by one to the back room of the pizzeria when no one was looking. At first, he was cautious. He would lure them with promises of cake and cookies. He told them that their dog had died. He would ask for help with homework. Susie was the first. You never truly forget your first.
I was the first. I have seen everything.
But where to hide the bodies? He couldn't sneak out. Someone would see him. He had to hide them in a place where they'd never be found and where they'd never leave the building. They had to be stuffed inside of the suits. No one maintained those things anyway except for him. And so Susie would go into Chica. Fritz, Jeremy, and Gabriel would come next. But it was easy. It was too easy. And with each little life he snuffed out, his lies got bigger. Their house was burning. They're just being kidnapped. Until the last one where all pretense was off. He let himself get violent. Too violent.
I'll just wait for him after school, throw a bag over his head, hit him with a shovel, and drag him into the back of my car.
The body of Cassidy was far more bloody and broken than any of the others. He'd let himself go too far. That one he shouldn't have killed. With no more active animatronics left, he shoved the body into the one suit that remained backstage. The long-forgotten yellow Fredbear, now broken and discolored with age. Broken, like Cassidy was broken, like his son was broken. Newspapers reported on this disappearance, naming the whole thing the missing children's incident. Police would even charge William with the crimes after finding security footage of the golden mascot suit luring kids to the back, but they couldn't convict him. They had no bodies, and his face had been hidden behind the mascot suit the entire time. What they had was circumstantial at best, and so he walked away a free man. But Henry knew the truth. In these murders, he saw his daughter Charlie all over again, so he threw Afton out of the company and shuttered the doors to the old pizzeria. Pizzeria. Henry would keep the franchise quiet for 2 years. This would not happen again. This could not happen again. How could he protect the kids? Finally, he developed a solution. He would implement an even more extreme security system in the form of new animatronics, toy animatronics, inspired by the toys that they had been selling years ago. But these guys, these were special. They were a new breed of robot with facial recognition abilities.
But most importantly, they're all tied into some kind of criminal database so they can detect a predator a mile away.
All the original animatronics, now withered with age, were moved to the new location. With a plan in place, it was time to try once more. The year was 1987, and the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was making headlines in local newspapers. Headlines that just so happened to catch the attention of William Afton. Freddy's was back, and without him? That was his idea, his character. Henry was, yet again, trying to cut him out of the picture. No. As long as these restaurants stayed open, William would always come back. Then he noticed the phone number to apply at the bottom of the article. $100 a week to apply, call. Afton would go back, not as an owner or co-founder. He would go back in the one place that they would least suspect him, a lowly day shift security guard. And there it was, buried in the back of parts and services, mixed in with the old withered animatronics, was the golden rabbit. With the yellow security badge still on his chest, he used his crank to pull open the spring locks. It was time for Bonnie to give an encore performance.
Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right. From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees. When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift. A position just became available.
1987, 5 more kids. He didn't know what felt better, getting back into the suit after 2 long years of waiting, or knowing how devastating this would be to Henry the next morning. He didn't even try to hide his crime this time, just meant more blood on Henry's hands. He'd failed to protect the kids again. The restaurant had only been open for a few weeks, but William was sure that this would get it to close. Good, if he couldn't have Freddy's, no one would. Whenever a new pizzeria opened, he would be there. But as he sat in his bunker, something else started to linger in William's mind. He had seen something strange. The old withered animatronics, they had been wandering around the building, spurred on by the puppet. It was almost like those old robots were trying to save the kids. Save them? They couldn't, obviously, but still, how were they moving? It was almost like they had been given life somehow. Did he have something to do with that? The following day, the news would report a security guard getting bitten by one of the animatronics during the day shift. Was that bite meant for him? William's curiosity was stronger now than his bloodlust. He had to learn more, but how? There was no way he'd ever be able to get inside another Freddy's Pizzeria. Heck, there was practically no way a Freddy's would ever open again. He needed to create something new, something brand new. He needed to create his own pizzeria.
Due to the massive success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Circus Baby's Pizza World. This would be the place where he could continue his work. No longer just murdering, experimenting. He needed more kids, and he needed them alive. And knowing that he couldn't show his face on the restaurant floor, he needed a way of remotely capturing his victims and preserving them for his work. With that goal in mind, he designed a new breed of animatronic. Their endoskeletons fluid and flexible. He equipped them with sound lures that could mimic voices. They could isolate children. They could incapacitate and contain them with zero direct input from him. It was brilliant. He was brilliant. Far beyond the simple bars and wires of Henry's designs. And the characters he chose for this were uniquely his. His new roster wasn't going to be tainted by Henry's disgusting barnyard bird. Instead, it was back to his characters, his creations, Freddy, Bonnie, Foxy, as well as 2 special ones. The first, Ballora, was an homage to the woman who left him. Now she would never leave him again. The second, the titular baby, was designed with his baby in mind, Elizabeth, his youngest child. She would always be Daddy's little girl, the one that listened to him, the one that obeyed, until the day that she didn't.
Daddy, why won't you let me play with her? She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for me?
The day before Circus Baby's Pizza World opened, she disobeyed. She didn't listen. Left alone with Baby, she got too close. The animatronic ripped in half and swallowed her whole. A scared and confused child fading into eternal darkness. By the time Afton found her, it was too late. She was gone. He immediately canceled the launch of Circus Babies under the guise of a gas leak. But wait, as he sat there at the foot of the stage, he noticed that something was different. The eye color of the robot had changed. Baby had been built with blue eyes, but now they were emerald green, the same color as Elizabeth. Elizabeth's. Was she in there? Could this all be connected to the free-moving animatronics that he had seen at Freddy's? He had to know more. His mourning turned to excitement. He had to return to where it all started. 1993. Pathetic. This place was pathetic. Henry had clearly tried to reopen one final time with those old original animatronics from so long ago, but William's damage to the brand had been permanent. These things stank of death. They hadn't been washed in decades. But even if they had, nothing could wash away the stink of murder that haunted these halls. One night, then another, then another. William repeatedly snuck into the old broken restaurant to lure the living animatronics to him, one by one dismantling them, robbing them of their endoskeletons. The metal had to be the secret. It had to contain the remnants of life itself. But he had to know for sure. Leaping out of a room that was invisible to the animatronics programming, he dragged the oversized robotic skeletons back to his underground workshop, back to where Circus Baby watched on with glowing, curious eyes. Eyes that somehow felt alive. Not knowing what else to do, William melted the robotic parts down. 5 animatronic endoskeletons reduced down to one silvery puddle of goo. Could he transfer this living metal to his own creations? He had to try. He picked up a syringe and filled it with the molten metal and injected the goo into Funtime Freddy's twisted, wiry endoskeleton. And suddenly the coils came to life. Like snakes writhing in a pile, what had once been cold, lifeless metal moved and jolted on its own. He'd done it! He had unlocked the secret to life itself. Except something was clearly wrong. The movements were erratic. They were violent, angry. Baby didn't act this way. She had been calm, collected. This was clearly something else, something mindless and frantic. Perhaps by mixing the souls and then portioning them out, he had created incomplete beasts. He would need to keep testing to truly understand it. He needed more of this remnant. As he searched the old pizzeria one more time for any remaining scraps of metal, the ghosts attacked. His past victims come to collect their due, all led by Cassidy. The 5 lined up and blocked the door, and Afton's mind reeled. The scientific implications of this were incredible. Ghosts, real ghosts that he could see, all standing against him. But what could they do? What couldn't they do? He panicked as Cassidy approached. How do you stop something that's already dead? Maybe with the thing that resulted in their death in the first place. He would get into his suit like old times. He would regain his power over them just like the day that they died. He was the genius. He was the one in the suit. He was the one in charge. The spring lock snapped into place. Maybe it was his frantic movements. Maybe it was the leaky abandoned restaurant. Maybe it was just fate coming to collect its due. He didn't know. The only thing he did know was that his brain was suddenly filled with searing white-hot pain as hundreds of metallic pins and gears stabbed into his body from all sides. All he could do was collapse, blood slowly oozing out of the suit and pooling onto the floor around him. It couldn't end like this. It wouldn't end like this. His work was unfinished. Unable to move, his only option was to survive, to live, to keep living. It took days lying in his own blood, but eventually someone found him, a security guard making a normal report. When he saw the animatronics torn apart in the middle of the party room floor, it caused him to file an immediate report of a break-in. An owner would have to come in and claim the damage, and who else would it be other than Henry? Hope jumped in Afton's heart. Henry would see him. They were partners after all. He would be the one to help save him, to get him out of this suit, to relieve him from this tremendous pain. Henry entered the secret room. His eyes fell on Afton sitting there in the pool of red, and Henry, saying nothing, turned and walked away.
This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, the previously mentioned safe rooms are being sealed at most locations, including this one. Nothing is being taken out beforehand, so if you left anything inside, then it's your own fault. Management also requests that this room not be mentioned to family, friends, or insurance representatives.
And so there Afton would sit, hanging on for 30 years, trapped behind the walls with an iron will that refused to die. And William still wasn't back. Weird. Michael knew his father sometimes traveled for work, disappearing for days on end, but usually there was some sort of notice, a phone call, a post-it, something. It's not like Michael and his father were close, far from it, but as a household of 2 suffering men coping with years of tragedy and loss, there was at least some element of communication between the two of them. They were united by a name and a shared pain. This time though, things felt different. William had left nothing. His absence was longer. There were no check-ins, no updates, just silence. Something had happened. If there was one thing Michael knew about his father, it was that he had contingencies, safety checks, backup plans. His father was a careful and guarded man. He held his cards close to his chest, and as such, William had prepared him in the event that something like this ever happened. Normally, his father kept his home office locked, but in the event of an unexpected, prolonged absence, Michael had been instructed to enter his father's office and look behind an empty set of shelves mounted in the corner of the room. Rolling his eyes, Michael entered the office. He never fully understood how William was able to spend so many hours of his days locked up in here. There was just nothing nothing to do. Most of this place was empty. He dragged himself over to the shelf in the corner, expecting to find an emergency contact list, a family safety deposit box. But what he actually found there was completely unexpected.
Father, it's me, Michael. I did it. I found it. It was right where you said it would be.
The shelf swung open and revealed a giant industrial elevator, one that led straight down into an underground bunker. But that was impossible. Hidden inside his childhood home was a secret entrance to an enormous underground science lair? It didn't make any sense. Seriously, it didn't make any sense. And yet, here it was, mapped directly underneath the floor plan of the house that he'd grown up in, lost his brother in, been tortured in. Michael thought that he'd known his father, a prideful, sad, angry man with petty, everyday problems, but clearly he'd been living with a stranger this entire time. His father had secrets. Suddenly, the days of William being locked inside of his office made sense. He'd been here the entire time. Where was here, though? Was this Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rentals? The Circus Baby restaurant always did seem to be a deeply personal project for Father, a failure of his that cut unusually deep, especially after that first location had to be closed prematurely due to the gas leaks. After that day, Father really did seem to change, to lose himself even more in his work. Clearly, the entrance he had found was some sort of secret back way into the facility, one that required crawling through vents to navigate. His father had been working here, but in secret. Why? And that's when he found her. At the end of the facility, Circus Baby, his father's pride and joy. Except something was different about her. She wasn't like the others. The way she talked, the stories she told. This wasn't just a robot. She was alive somehow. And not only was she alive, she also felt familiar.
There is something bad inside of me. I'm broken. I can't be fixed. Will you help me?
Was this his sister? William's baby girl? But how? Why? What was this place? He dug around some old files and found blueprints outlining the features of these animatronics. Storage containers, voice mimicking, parental tracking. And was that a child in Freddy's stomach? Was his father collecting and experimenting on kids? Were all the rumors that he'd heard throughout his past actually true? That the animatronics came to life at night? That there were murders done in all the pizzerias? That his father had somehow been the prime suspect in all of it? Suddenly, Michael's mind flashed back to his persistent nightmares throughout his childhood. Had he been experimented on too? Tears stung in his eyes as anger, fear, and confusion filled his body. His father's secrets were pouring out. William wasn't just a lame, overworked father. He was a monster, toying with life itself. Suddenly, everything clicked. He frantically looked around the room, blinking human heads on poles staring back at him. Green eyes, his sister. Blue eyes, his brother. Closed eyes, his mom. All just staring expectantly. These were meant to be human. William was working down here trying to make believable humans, literally rebuilding the family that they had both lost. The small little girl robots with their British accents roaming the hallways of this underground facility suddenly took on a whole new context.
Hello in there. Is it the same person?
Were those meant to be his sister? A replacement for her? A clone? Was William building clones of his sister? They seemed to know him, after all, to react to his presence.
They were all there. They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
He always did have a bit of a resemblance to his father. Michael's mind reeled as the reality of his world crumbled to dust. No, he had to get them out of there. If this really was his sister, heck, if any of these things were human, souls, whatever remnant of the humans that they once were, they needed to be rescued.
They always put us back inside. There's nowhere for us to hide here.
Led by the voice of Circus Baby, he marched through the now empty halls of the Funtime Auditorium. He would lead them. He would protect them. And finally, he would be able to forgive himself for the killing of his brother so many years.
You are in the scooping room now. The scooper only hurts for a moment.
Scooper? That violent extraction arm? Michael had seen that one in the pile of blueprints. Something about heat rendering the magical silver metal inside useless. In reality, prior to getting himself spring-locked and put behind the wall, William's methods had become increasingly sophisticated. With a mechanized arm that could infuse new bodies with a soul, William could finally give and take away life. The only thing he needed were the bodies. But William wasn't the only one looking for bodies, as Michael was about to learn.
But if we looked like you, then we could hide. If we looked like you, then we would have somewhere to go.
Michael was gonna be the hero to help these animatronics, all right. He was gonna help the haunted tubes and wires of these animatronics escape, just not in the way that he anticipated. His sister had lied to him, another game of pretend. The scooper plowed forward, digging its extraction arm into his body. As he heard his bones ripping through his flesh, Michael blacked out.
But something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not.
For the next several months, Michael's life was not his own. He was forced to comply with the tangle of wires and spirits that lived inside of him. His body felt like an overfilled balloon begging to burst as day by day, week by week, his flesh began to sag and discolor. He was a walking, talking, rotting corpse, alive, but wishing he wasn't. He was a puppet, a walking shell. And while he did his best to conceal his fate, there was only so much a man filled with robot spaghetti could do. The entity in his innards would eventually leave, but by that point, the damage had been done. His decaying flesh stank, turning him into a literal purple guy. But still, even with no bones, even with rotting purple flesh and begging to die, Michael continued to live. That silvery metal remnant injected by the scooper meant that he couldn't die. His anger also refused to die. What he had seen down there in his sister's location had rocked him to his core. His father had killed and captured dozens. His experiments had killed his sister and then tortured him throughout all his childhood. He was actively trying to build human replicants. He didn't know where his father was, but Michael knew that he was out there somewhere.
I've been living in shadows. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
Michael had to correct for the sins of his father. He had to make things right. Michael would burn Fazbear Entertainment to the ground. I mean, what else could you do when your skin was permanently purple? Michael's strategy was simple. He would apply for night security guard positions at the old defunct pizzeria locations. That way, no one ever had to see him or smell him during his shift. And all these old shuttered locations did need guards. Teenage vandals and squatters were always looking to get inside these abandoned buildings, and yet no one ever really wanted to work an overnight graveyard shift unless they were practically out of options. Enter Mike. One by one, he would take on the job of security guard, changing his name each time to ensure that no one was able to follow his paper trail. Once inside, he could tamper with the animatronics and figure out how they worked, writing about his experiences in his security logbook. While there, he would listen to the old tapes where upper management awkwardly welcomed new recruits to their summer jobs, even though he was working there nowhere near the summer months. He heard the gory details of his father's franchise from the outsiders looking in, confused and afraid about what was happening in the walls around them. Sometimes he would see his brother in the form of the Golden Freddy suit. It's me appearing on the walls around him. Except now, there was something else there. He was no longer alone. Another angrier presence was also in the suit, as if two spirits were forced to share the same body. And Golden Freddy would attack him now. It was aggressive. Its vengeance wanted to lash out at anyone with the Afton name, anyone who wore a security guard outfit. Over time, Mike worked his way through the old restaurants, the original pizzeria, the bigger, better Freddy Fazbear's. He spent weeks there looking for clues as to his father's whereabouts, and each time at the end of his week shift, he would then set the location on fire. Remnant can't survive high temperatures after all. So burning away whatever spirit-laden animatronics that still existed inside seemed like a winning strategy. All this revisiting of his past, though, was causing the nightmares to begin again. Hallucinations that brought him back to his childhood. The guilt around killing his brother. His dreams were oddly mixed with the shrill phone calls of the security guards. But it would all be worth it in the end. The goal was to eventually stumble across the one location, the one job that would finally reunite him with his father. Little did Mike know that day would come sooner than he expected. 2023, an advertisement came across Mike's TV. Fazbear Frights, a new horror attraction inspired by the awful crimes that occurred around Freddy Fazbear's Pizza so many years ago. It made Mike sick. People looking to make a quick buck off the tragedy of others, off his own family. This wasn't a joke or entertainment. Regardless, he had to be a part of it. If this team was combing through his family's history, they might stumble across something that could be useful. And if his father was truly still alive as he suspected, there would be no way that he wouldn't show up here. Maybe finally, this could be the final chapter in his family's marathon of tragedy. Mike applied for the job and was immediately handed the keys. Years of doing this had taught him that security guards rarely receive thorough security checks. They also liked how creepy Mike looked. They thought it was a costume, on theme for the job. What little they knew.
Hey, glad you came back for another night. I promise it'll be a lot more interesting this time.
For weeks, there was nothing. But just as Mike considered giving up, he received the call that he'd been waiting for years.
You're not gonna believe this. We found one. A real one.
Could this finally be him? Sure enough, there he was. William inside his iconic golden Bonnie Springlock suit, only now it was green and decaying with age. And there they were, a small family of broken men finally reunited. It's been a long time, Dad. Mike had always struggled with the phantoms of his past haunting him, but now all the animatronics he'd encountered over the past months, hopping from pizzeria to pizzeria, suddenly sprang to life, their burned faces haunting him as he tried to keep track of his father on the cameras. It would seem that William's mere presence had put the spirits on high alert. Ultimately, they were harmless, more annoying than anything else, but there was one that felt different from the others, one that was more than just a mere phantom, the security puppet. If he looked at the cameras at just the right moment, he could see it floating there through the halls. He could even see its reflection in the water pooled on the ground. It would seem like he wasn't the only one there on a mission. While he was dealing with Springtrap, Michael assumed that this one was likely dealing with the spirits of this place, finally setting them to rest. Hopefully this means a happier day for all of us, Mike thought to himself. And in that moment, he felt the air around him release, like pressure being let out of a bottle. The building sighed, as if 5 spirits had finally been allowed to move on. He had the sense that his brother was a part of them. He rigged the wiring inside the building to misfire, and the dry, desiccated walls erupted in flames. It is finished. Except, it was not. Somehow, through sheer force of will, Afton remained. He had survived, and Mike would need to find a new way of finishing off his father. Luckily, the solution would present itself later that year. Not from Mike, but from another victim that had been left in his father's wake.
We're talking about becoming a Fazbear Entertainment franchisee, restaurant ownership and management, something almost anyone can do with a limited degree of success. You are now the face of the newly rebranded Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Fazbear Entertainment as a brand had been closed for years. William had been stuck in a suit and a wall. The only person who legally could bring the franchise back was Henry, but he'd largely pulled out of the franchise around the time of his father's disappearance. Something was up. Surely this had to be some kind of a trick, right? Mike, doing what he did best, applied for a franchise and immediately got the job. There was just one thing out of the ordinary. Paragraph 4.
If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
No employment contract he'd ever signed required him to keep special lookout for independently moving animatronics outside the restaurant. Now he knew something was up here. Henry was luring them all back. Rather than trying to go to them, like Mike had done for years, Henry was doing the opposite. He was putting them all under the same roof. He was finishing them off for good. Mike knew this wasn't meant to be a restaurant. It was meant to be a prison, a containment vessel, a locked box meant to trap them all in so they could finally end the madness. It took a few nights, but eventually everyone was there. His father, the puppet, the robot spaghetti that had once violated his body, and his sister, now hopelessly devoted to serve the man that had once gotten her killed. It was time. He had been instructed to seal the doors and leave, but while he locked everything down, he didn't move on. If this was truly meant to be the end, if the remnant needed to be washed away, he needed to be a part of that.
This is where your story ends. And to you, my brave volunteer, who somehow found this job listing not intended for you, although there was a way out planned for you, I have a feeling that's not what you want. I have a feeling that you are right where you want to be. And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace and perhaps more waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
And with that, it was over. The Afton legacy died with all of them trapped inside of a literal box. As the flames danced around the office, Mike, for the first time in decades, was happy. But William wasn't gone yet. Although the darkest pit of hell was open and waiting for him, something or someone wouldn't allow him to move on. Instead, he found himself locked in moments from his past. The pizzeria, his son's room, his underground bunker. It was as if his brain's neurons were all firing at once, overloaded, mixing and matching all his biggest fears, regrets, failures. What was this place? How did he get here? He called out into the silence. Then they started coming. Without warning, animatronics, both new and old, began to jump out at him, bite him, rip him limb from limb. The pain was immeasurable. Make it stop. Make it stop. William, for the first time, longed for death, an end to this torture. Just as it felt like he couldn't take it anymore, everything was quiet again. It was as if the world had been reset. There was a brief moment of quiet, and then the onslaught began again. Dozens of faces from his past all focused on him. A waking nightmare that he couldn't escape from. More pain, more ripping. It was his own personal hell, but why? Why couldn't he just die? He saw them, a group of characters he never thought he'd see again. Those janky, stolen characters that had started everything. The mediocre melodies. It had all started to go wrong once they showed up, once Henry had made them. But mixed in with their obnoxious southern drawls, William heard something else. It was barely a whisper, but he could just make out the words.
He tried to release you. He tried to release us. But I'm not gonna let that happen. I will hold you here. I will keep you here. No matter how many times they burn us.
That voice. He knew that voice, but from where?
Greetings from the fire, and from the one you should not have killed.
The one he shouldn't have killed. William thought back. He'd done a lot of awful things, but there was always the one that stood out. Not Charlie, his drunken act of revenge. Not Susie, his first true murder. No. Instead, it was the one that he had lost control with. The one that he had broken beyond repair for no good reason other than because he could. The one that he'd stuffed inside the golden bear that his partner used to wear. Cassidy. They were back, and now they were trying to punish him, to make him suffer like he'd made them suffer. It was almost like William and Cassidy's souls had been locked together, fused by a collective rage and spite, each refusing to move on. But while Cassidy was so focused on taking revenge, they actually did the one thing that would be the downfall for so many others. They kept William alive. Even though fire should have destroyed the remnant that was coursing through his being, Cassidy kept William breathing, paving the way for his escape. William's will was so strong, his soul so powerful that he managed to put a part of himself inside the circuitry that housed the spring-locked suit. And there, his consciousness lay, inside a single circuit board, waiting for someone to find him and set him free. A person that no one would suspect. Okay. Fazbear Entertainment was dead.
There is no need for you to return to work next week, as Fazbear Entertainment is no longer a corporate entity.
All debts had been paid, all assets redistributed. The company was outright dissolved. Even the memories of the horrors that had happened there started to fade away in the public consciousness. The people were gone too. William was dead, Henry was gone. A whole generation of young Emilys and Aftons had lost their lives to the horrors of the pizzeria, all of them collateral damage to the man in the bunny suit. Everyone the company had ever touched was dead and gone. Well, all except one.
Pay your child support, you deadbeat! I'm keeping the diamond ring. I also set the house on fire!
Clara Afton. She'd been there in the early days, back when things with William were good. They'd had the perfect home, a thriving business, the ideal family. But shortly after their youngest son died, things started to change. William had become distant, lost in his work, obsessive. She had watched him change from this irritatingly brilliant man that she had fallen in love with to a drunken monster struggling to hold himself together. And despite her trying to reach out to him in those desperate days, he was just too far gone.
Admit it, you wanted to let me in.
For her sake, she had to leave the relationship, and from there, she largely faded into obscurity. A mystery from William's past, a footnote in his history, and that was fine for her. She wanted to leave that part of her life behind. She tried to move forward, never wanting to hear the name Freddy Fazbear again, a time defined by mistakes and broken promises. But then, the paperwork started to arrive. As Fazbear Entertainment began to close as a corporate entity, suddenly her mail was flooded with notifications, requests, obligations. She had been there since the beginning, helping William in the early days of his business, and now, as a shareholder and sole living member of the Afton family, all copyrights and trademarks of both Afton Robotics and Fazbear Entertainment passed on to her. Memories of this past life that she had long left behind. Looking at the blueprints, the contracts, the memos, she felt old wounds begin to reopen. The regrets of a happy family that had been torn away from her. William had always been brilliant. That's what had attracted her to him in the first place. But he'd also been too blinded by obsession and pride. He was too jealous, too petty, too unable to actually see a bigger picture. But now, holding the paperwork that contained decades of heartbreak and trauma, she realized it was her turn. She was holding the power. This was her chance. And one thought resonated in her head. I will put them back together. I will put them all back together. She would be the one to rebuild this family, to rebuild the pieces of that shattered life, to reclaim the kids that Fazbear had stolen from her. But how? how. Looking at William's work now laid out before her, she knew that he had been onto something, collecting remnant, robotic humanoids, digital conscience transference. The pieces were all in place, they were just scattered, fragmented. It was almost like there were too many ideas going in too many different directions. It was such an important idea that she reiterated that point to herself. There were too many ideas going in too many different directions. That said, there had to be a way to save it all. She just needed to put it all back together. But how? To rebuild her family, she would first need to rebuild the franchise that had stolen them away from her. With ownership over the characters, their licenses, the technology patents, and the Fazbear name, she converted the corporation back to an LLC, a structure for smaller businesses that are usually family-owned. The irony was fitting. From there, she would need remnant, and lots of it. Remnant was the key. Clearly, in the later years of his life, William had been using Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals as a remnant farm, sending robots to kids' birthday parties in the hopes of nabbing bits of the stuff here and there. But clearly, it wasn't enough. He had, what, like 4, maybe 5 animatronics going out every week? No. It was a decent idea, but to get the remnant they required, it needed scale. Dozens, hundreds of animatronics all out there, all gathering remnant from unsuspecting customers. But to do that would require help, something William would never ask for. William had kept everything in-house. His obsession with control limited him. Clara, though, she wasn't nearly that precious. A plan like this required partners, people outside of Fazbear to do the heavy lifting. So she contacted a mid-sized delivery company, DLZ Shipping Solutions, to help build replicas of all the original animatronics. And with meal delivery apps being all the rage, why not an animatronic delivery service? Order one to celebrate your birthday, your Halloween party. How about a 4th of July picnic? We'll invite Liberty Chica and 4th of July Freddy on over. She would make sure that they made skins for every occasion. Chocolate Bonnies for Easter, Shamrock Freddies for St. Patrick's Day, Dia de los Muertos Chicas. And thus, the Fazbear Funtime service born.
That's right. With the Fazbear Funtime service, you'll never be alone again. You'll always have someone watching your back.
Was it ridiculous? Absolutely. Was it a sellout? No doubt. It was exactly the sort of thing that William would have hated, but it needed to be done to get enough remnant. Normally, the novelty of ordering an animatronic wore off after like what, 1, maybe 2 times? But with new skins for new holidays, suddenly you had yourself an animatronic perfect for every occasion. It would keep people hooked. It would keep them ordering the latest and greatest that Fazbear Entertainment LLC had to offer. And all the while, they'd be collecting and returning the remnant back to her. In a word, it was brilliant. There was just one problem with it. No one trusted the Fazbear name. The company's brand was still mud in the public eye. No one would want to hire animatronics from the restaurant franchise known for murdering children. Nothing kills a party quite like the threat of death, you know. So she needed to find a way to discredit the stories that had come before. She needed to win back the public's affections, reactivate some nostalgia for the spooky stories of their childhoods. She needed a game. Multiple games, in fact.
They lied to us. They lied to all of us. They told us that the whole point of this VR game was to undo the bad PR done by a rogue indie game developer. But that's not true at all. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up.
Struggling game developers were a dime a dozen online, most working on their magnum opus between shifts at the Dollar General. So she found one. Steve just picked him out of obscurity, the right mix of desperate and doofus willing to say and do anything for a couple extra bucks. And he fell right in line, as expected, delivering stupid little things with dumb generic names like Mangle's Quest, Balloon Boy's Air Adventure, Five Nights at Freddy's. Bad gameplay with even worse graphics, but hey, they got the job done. People were suddenly talking about the clues inside of these things, searching for the hidden lore. They were actively making jokes about dead kids at pizzerias. Her husband's twisted history of serial murder had suddenly been reduced to a mere Nancy Drew mystery to be solved. The plan had worked. Freddy Fazbear's was suddenly more popular than ever. Things were going shockingly well. Her takeover and reboot of the franchise was full and complete. Suddenly infused with cash, she built the largest, most ambitious project yet, the Mega Pizzaplex. William had always been so visionary, but always thought so small scale. He was careful to a fault. Not her, though. She knew that this latest project needed to be big. It needed to be flashy. It needed to be a palace for children, a place that got people talking and checking out the latest in Fazbear products. So with a steady supply of remnant flowing in, it was finally time. The stage was set. It was time to get to her real goal, literally rebuilding a family. March 2035. The first was obvious. The crying child, her little boy, the one that was the first to get ripped away from her. She'd seen down in his bunker that William had gotten very close to replicating artificial humans using animatronic technology, and so that's exactly what she would do. Rebuild her boy from the ground up using robotic parts. His shaggy brown hair, his favorite striped shirt, even down to small details that no one would notice, like the band-aid on his left knee. William's research had even found ways of making animatronics that could bleed and process food, making them virtually indistinguishable from a typical human. He would never have any idea of what he actually was unless he was explicitly told. The only things that could possibly ruin the illusion were any overrides to his internal systems. If something were to, say, interfere with the cameras that he had in his eyes, or cause some sort of a core reboot to his hard drive, or x-ray his metallic bones, then yeah, he would be exposed. But otherwise, to the outside world, he was just your typical, normal human boy. She worked down in the bowels of the Pizzaplex, giving him life, but it was one thing to build him, it was another to help him remember his identity. He died so young, so early in their history, that there was no preserved memories for him, no documentation that she could just download into his digital brain. So bit by bit, she trained him, forcing him to remember who he was. In a corner of the room, she even made a makeshift dinner table, a reminder of their happier days. The family recreated: 2 brothers, a sister, a father, and the mother at the head of the table. The one in charge, the one in command, the one bringing all of this to fruition. But his progress was admittedly slower than she would have liked. At first, he could only communicate through simple ones and zeros, then rudimentary drawings and crude letters. But bit by bit, images of his past life started to come through. Balloons, colors, houses, bears and faces, birthday parties, all for me. Gregory was alive. As the robot boy embraced her, she felt a warmth that she hadn't in decades. This was the joy that she'd been working towards. This was what it was all for. Her son, back in her arms again. The plan was working. She had to keep going. Next was William. If the family was truly going to be put together, she would need him. And she knew exactly where he was, in the ruins of that old Freddy Fazbear's pizza place where Henry had trapped him. In fact, that's specifically why she insisted on building the Pizzaplex there over the sinkhole. It was the best place to hide what her true intentions were with the entire operation. Digging through the wreckage, she found him. He was right where she thought he'd be. Seeing the putrid shell of the Springtrap suit, though, was not something she was prepared for. The rotting corpse of William Afton was disgusting. Scorched flesh fused into the fur lining, hollow black sockets where eyes once were, a smell that reeked of burned carbon and bloody iron. He was no longer flesh, it was just the tangled sinews of a creature that was once called human. How far this brilliant man had fallen. It was clear that her work was cut out for her on this one. Afton was practically lifeless. The man may not have been able to die, but he was about as close as you could come, and his body would need a lot of reconstruction. Replacement arms and endoskeleton reinforcements were the top priority, maybe pulled from their new line of glam rock animatronics. She'd have to see if they had any spare Bonnie parts lying around that they could steal. In the meantime, though, she threw the husk that was once her husband into a life support pod infused with aerosolized remnant to help keep him stable. But more important than recovering his body was recovering his mind. In his current state, he was comatose, an empty shell. Severe brain damage starts at temperatures over 108 degrees Fahrenheit. 42 degrees Celsius, and years of repeated fires had burned his brain to goo. Gone was the brilliant, frustrating mind that had drawn her to him in the first place. But she had a plan. Unlike her darling boy Gregory, Afton had found ways to record his consciousness. Fundamentally, the brain is only a series of electrical connections after all, so why couldn't you replicate that in the form of a standard circuit board? In essence, you could create a digital consciousness. And one thing she knew about William, he was nothing if not cautious. A planner. Someone who had backup plans to his backup plans. And sure enough, there it was, buried in piles of old animatronic CPUs, a record of Afton himself. But she needed someone to test it.
Someone was definitely here during the night. It had to have been the client. I mean, they sent us that stuff in the first place with no explanation, told us to scan it, said it would expedite the process so we wouldn't need to program any pathfinding ourselves.
Unlike the other games that she'd paid to have made in the past, this one had a different purpose. This wasn't about PR, it was about getting William back back up and running, spreading his virus to the masses.
You acknowledge that Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for accidental digital consciousness transference, real-world manifestations of digital characters.
She hired a new developer, Silver Parasol Games, to scan the boards and bring her husband into the system. And because of the immersive nature of VR, William's consciousness would be able to merge with the player, giving him a new body, a new agency. There was just one complication. Afton's hold wasn't as powerful as she had hoped. He wasn't able to gain complete control. The first trial run, Jeremy, was so desperate to escape from his grasp that he sliced his own face off with a paper shredder. Messy. Afton's followers were reluctant, to say the least. But it was the second attempt that looked like it had the potential to kill two birds with one stone. Enter Vanessa. Mrs. Afton wanted a surrogate daughter. Her darling Elizabeth would have been a young woman at this point if she had lived. And Clara wanted someone who wasn't Elizabeth but could be just like her. Could she have just rebuilt her like Gregory? Sure, but she decided against it because she wanted an actual human mother-daughter connection. Well, that, and it would be redundant and narratively unsatisfying to have two robot kids in the same family. What could she say? William had put a lot of tools on the table for her to use, and she was planning on using them all. Plus, Elizabeth had always been so loyal to Daddy. It was time to give her a second chance, a true choice. And Vanessa seemed to be the perfect candidate to fill the role.
Your dad's name was Bill? Your dad didn't play fair, did he? He used to make your mum look bad in court. He manipulated you. I know your mum after she lost the custody case.
I was supposed to, good girl.
She started as a QA tester at Silver Parasol Games, a VR game development company that was part of her plan to bring back William. But more importantly, Vanessa checked all the correct boxes. Right age, blonde, green eyes with a fondness for flowers and the outdoors. In many ways, it was her daughter all over again. Except it wasn't just looks and personality. What really mattered was Vanessa's mind. Underconfident, coming from a broken home, motherless, able to be manipulated. Yes, she would do nicely. She would be the one to save dear old Daddy, just as the real Elizabeth would have wanted.
I will make you proud, Daddy.
While testing the VR game, William's digital consciousness merged with Vanessa. Oh sure, she fought, fragmenting Afton's code into a series of tapes hidden across the game, trying to do web searches to regain control over her life, but it wasn't enough. She was weaker than Jeremy. She was a thrall that, despite occasional moments of lucidity, had to obey. And with Vanessa, it was a 2-for-1 deal. She was getting a daughter back, while also bringing her husband one step closer to reactivation. She just had to make sure that Vanessa was headed the right way. The reborn Gregory was an expert hacker, part of the benefits of being an Afton and a robot, so Clara had him keeping tabs on Vanessa, hacking into her emails and trailing her therapy sessions to ensure the future Elizabeth was falling in line. If any of the therapists started to ask too many questions, they were promptly dismissed from their positions. And while Gregory kept tabs on Vanessa's personal life, Mrs. Afton made sure to clear a path for her professionally. With Silver Parasol's collapse at the hands of the Anomaly, she then had the possessed Vanessa bring the contaminated circuit boards to DLZ shipping and the Fazbear Funtime service. More glitches, more Remnant, more Afton. But it was her last move that was the best. In a true masterpiece of poetry, she brought Vanessa over to be Chief Security Officer at the Pizzaplex. A true family tradition to don the hat and badge, and all it took was a recommendation from the top as well as some emails marked for deletion. Sure, Vanessa didn't have relevant experience for the job, but when it comes directly from the CEO, does it really matter? Husband, son, daughter. A corpse, a robot, a human. All that was left was Michael. Poor, troubled Michael. The boy that killed her youngest. The one that would spend years trying to make his guilty conscience right again. A self-professed protector. While she knew she needed him to complete the family, something told her that the problem had already solved itself. Something had shifted when using Glamrock Freddy to excavate the buried pizza place.
I have been here before. I found myself for the first time when I cleared the path. I have changed. My friends are here, but I can protect you. I am not me.
Maybe it was the remnant that had coursed through Michael's veins. Maybe it was the spirit of Michael living on as a protector. But he was there, somewhere inside of Glamrock Freddy. She could feel it. And just like that, she'd won. She'd done it. Sure, there were still some kinks to work out, some final brainwashing of Vanessa, some rehabilitation of William, but they were there. Finally, all together again under one roof. The Aftons united. A happy ending. And that's how it could have ended. That's how it should have ended, had it not been for a few unanticipated developments. For one, something was just wrong with the Pizzaplex. Almost as if the entire building was haunted, possessed. Puppet plushies hiding on ceilings, behind crates, places that they had no earthly way of belonging. Staff bots with greasy tears down their eyes acting like they were being puppeteered by some sort of a nightmare. Even their sounds had the echo of nightmares long past. It was as though a guardian spirit of the past refused to move on. As long as her husband was around, it too would linger. Only now, it wasn't just in one body, but it was in the essence of the building itself. She had seen stories of houses built on burial grounds getting possessed by angry spirits, but she'd never assumed that it could be real. Then again, in a world of living spirit metal and mind-controlling glitches, who was she to be so judgmental? The whole thing was ridiculous. Why would this be the line that she refused to cross? After all, the Pizzaplex was built over the burial ground of angry spirits, but it was the power cords that finally convinced her that something was wrong. Suddenly, these cords were striped black and white, like the security puppet from generations ago. The very foundations of this place, the materials and wires that constituted it, were rebelling against her, against the Aftons, against the quest to bring them all together again. And it was being helped by something else, something slithering through the building. Maybe they were connected, she couldn't be sure, but a blob of living wires could be heard oozing through the walls, stealing pieces and parts of the old animatronics showcased in Rockstar Row. She could only assume that it was a byproduct of all the remnant they'd been collecting. From Afton's testing, she knew that both light and dark remnant existed, one of positive emotions and the other created from anguish, anger, agony. Perhaps this thing was an amalgamation of all the darkest parts of the pizzeria's history, a collection of the hatred still housed inside these defunct endoskeletons and exosuits. As long as it was left alone, it seemed to be harmless. But if any Afton outside of Michael got too close, it would lash out wildly. Even young Gregory, looking to punish the family that had been complicit in its horrible creation. Little did she know, though, that Gregory should have been her biggest concern, that bringing the family together would have some unforeseen consequences. Gregory was normally the goodest of boys. She had literally built him that way. But lately, he'd been disappearing more and more often, disobeying her orders, requests. She knew that he loved playing on the arcade machines once the Pizzaplex closed, being so good as to top the leaderboard on practically all of them. But lately, he was nowhere to be found. She suspected his absence had to do with Glamrock Freddy's failed performance the other night, when he malfunctioned live on stage, almost as though the core programming of Freddy responded to seeing this rebuilt small boy. Almost like it awakened something inside of him. She'd have to make sure that Vanessa was on the lookout for him, but she'd soon come to learn that Vanessa wasn't enough. Whether it was the influence of the nightmare puppet or a reawakened hatred of animatronics seated deep in Gregory's code, something had caused him to rebel, to rip apart each animatronic in the Pizzaplex. Bit by bit, this boy was tearing down the empire that she'd so painstakingly built, freeing Vanessa from her mind control, destroying the remains of Afton in the basement, setting Glamrock Freddy loose. As her carefully created world crumbled around her one more time, she began to plot her revenge. She would have to bring them all to ruin. And there
I think I did it.
Huh? Power stabilized. Light malfunction detected. 70% functional. Oh! Hello there, little girl. Did you fix me?
Yeah, I did.
Thank you. Slight leg malfunction error. Give me a moment, please.
Hey, it's okay if you just back down again.
Hey, proceed with caution about what you power up, Cassie. Oh boy. Powering up dismantled machinery often leads to dangerous consequences.
What happened to you? You look so broken. Is your eye even working?
Huh? What happened? Sorry, I don't exactly remember. Memory corruption detected.
It's okay. At least you're standing. It's kind of crazy how this fast wrench works. No wonder my dad uses it so much. Should I introduce myself? Maybe ask for help? I don't know if I can trust this bot or not. He hasn't attacked me yet, though.
What is your name, little girl?
Might as well try. I'm Cassie.
Cassie? Aw, what a pretty name, Hopstar.
Thanks. It's Bonnie, right?
Yep, the one and only. Very nice to meet you, Cassie.
Well, he seems nice. I should do it. Can you help me? I'm looking for someone.
Huh? Who? Your mother? Father?
No. You see, I'm looking for a friend. He's lost in Roxy Raceway, and he needs my help.
Roxy Raceway? You seem lost yourself. That's 2 levels down. How did your friend get lost over there?
You don't really know? Something is keeping him down there. I have to do some things before I can get to him, though. So will you help me?
Well, of course I will help you. A little girl like you shouldn't be roaming around unsupervised anywho.
Really? Just like that? I mean, great! That's great! Come on, then! Let's go find him, and fast!
Right behind you, Cassie. Little slow 'cause the leg.
It looks far.
Don't worry, I got you, Hopstar. So the Beachplex has been in ruin for...
Yeah. It was like this when I got here.
Huh. I wonder how long I've been in decommission then. I miss the bright colors. And Freddy.
Don't worry, Bonnie. We'll be able to see more bright colors when we get out of here.
Huh? Cassie? What on a carrot stick are you wearing? Are you trying to dress up as me? I mean, don't mind, but...
What? No, look, I can't explain it, but just know I need it right now.
Okay, whatever you say, Hopstar.
Oh, there! A note! Now we gotta find the other one.
Nope, what are you going on about?
Probably can't see it. I definitely look crazy to him. There, got the last one. Wait, can I only go through?
Cassie, are you okay, honey?
Bonnie, quick, take my hand.
Oh, okay, but for what?
Don't question it. Just do it.
Huh? What the heck?
It worked! Yes! Over there. That's jamming my signal.
Wait. What was system error?
Don't worry. You just got to see what I see. Phew! I thought that'd never come off.
Hey, Cassie, look, I believe you have found a new route. We can crawl through here.
Oh, I think that could work.
So, Cassie, I must ask, did you mean it that we can see more of those bright colors?
Yep. Once I find Gregory and get out of here, we can see that big sky I miss.
The sky? Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Oh, just wait until you see it. It's blue, just like you.
Maybe once we see the sky, we could look for more colors. How does that sound, Cassie? Cass?
Freddy? Freddy, are you okay? Please be functional.
Cassie, what are you doing? Get away from... Oh no, Cassie! Cassie! No, not again! Never again!
Your arm!
It doesn't matter. We need to run now.
Oh, run there quick!
There, okay?
My mask! I can't put it back on! It won't let me!
The mask. Cassie, this is hardly the time for that. We gotta get you somewhere safe, okay, superstar?
There! It's jamming the signal.
Cassie, where are you going? Wait!
I can make it. I can make it.
This way! Hurry! Move! A second longer. It may be too late. This door won't hold for long. Are you okay, Cassie?
Yeah, I'm okay. I can't believe that's Freddy.
That ain't Freddy. That's something else, and if I know Freddy, that ain't him, or at least like him.
Where'd it go? Oh, a vent. Well, that's convenient. Oh, who cares? This is our ticket out of here, Bonnie. Let's go. Bonnie, didn't you hear me? Let's go.
I can't.
Huh?
Cassie, I need you to listen very carefully to me. I'm too big to crawl in the vents. You can because you're so small, but I get stuck easily. I'm sorry, but I can't go with you.
What?
Thank you for powering me up before. I know I said it again, but I had a rockin' time with you. Even if it was short.
No.
You're an amazing kid, and I...
No!
Huh?
We're going to see the big blue sky together. And we'll see as many colors as we want. And that's that.
Oh, Cassie, hon, you know I can't. We don't have much time. Your safety is my #1 priority here.
That's not fair. I don't want you to go.
I'll miss you too, Cassie. You'll always be my hop star. You can do it, Cassie. Don't look back, okay? I can't break free. Why does this feel oddly familiar? Monty, please, we can work something out.
Shut up! I ain't sharing the spotlight with you. You are so ungrateful with what you got.
Wait, that's not true.
Always shooting it in my face. You don't deserve that stupid spotlight. I do.
You're not listening to me, Monty.
Kids like me more. You're just a stupid rabbit. And I think it's about time you started learning your place, buddy.
Monty, wait! Memory. Corruption restored. Battery leakage detected. Overall diagnosis 2% functional. I wonder what Freddy would have done in that situation. Then again, he'd never put himself into that predicament. Monty wanted it all, and he got it. Maybe I wasn't meant for the spotlight after all. Cassie. Well, I made one little girl happy. That's good enough for me. Patty cake, bake yours man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Goodbye, Cassie, my little hop star.
I smell pizza! There she is. She's in the trash compactor. Now's my chance. Wait. No. I can't do it. Chica is one of Freddy's best friends. If I destroy her, Freddy would get upset. There has to be another way. Wait a second. What's that? Wait. That's just making her try to hunt me down? There's a chance I can turn her back to normal. I just have to get that chip out of her. And then I can...
Gregory!
Ah, there you are! Gregory! No, Freddy!
found out about why Chica.
No, Freddy! Chica's here!
Chica's there? Hello?
No,
Chica!
shut up!
Don't hurt Gregory!
No! Shut up! I have to hide. But where? That'll do!
Your family is looking for you!
Sorry, Chica. But this is for your own good! I'll be taking that! Gotcha! Chica? Wake up, Chica!
What in blue blazes?
Huh?
I was eating pizza 1 minute with Roxy and then the next... I actually don't remember.
I pulled this thingy out of you. I think this is what's making you chase me around.
Chase you around? Oh, golly, I'm so sorry. I really wasn't myself and I don't know what I was doing. I didn't hurt you, right? Do you need me to take you to the first aid station?
I'm okay. I took that chip thingy out of you in time before you could have done anything to me. So I'm perfectly fine.
Gregory! Ain't that right?
Yeah?
Well then, Gregory! Thanks for bringing me back! Well, if you need any assistance, little me is happy to help you, honey.
All right, Roxy. If I can save Chica, then there has to be a way to save Roxy. Ugh. I just have to hope that Roxy has a chip that's making her malfunction and chase me around. I just have to be careful and... Roxy!
There you are!
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Gregory!
Roxy! No, shoot! This is bad. This is really bad. There's literally no way I can outrun her like this. I have to hide. Freddy! Can you hear me? Please, answer me. Please, I need help. I can't do this on my own. Please. Hey, Roxy. I'm over here, you big butt. Chica? Is Chica mimicking my voice with her voice box?
You think you're so clever that you can hide from me, kid? Think again.
I sure am. I'm way smarter and faster than you'll ever be, Wolf.
We'll see about that, brat! You can't hide from me! Gregory, hurry! I have her distracted! Find Freddy and get out of here!
But Chica, what about you?
Don't worry about me! You need to be safe!
Chica! I won't leave you like this! There has to be something I can do!
Yes, and that something is getting away!
Wait. Roxy jumped from the walkway. I have an idea.
Gregory, hurry! What are you doing?
Trust me! Hang on, Chica! I'm coming! There they are.
I've got you now!
Calm down. I knew it! She had a chip too! She should be back to normal at any second now.
System rebooting. System reset complete.
What? Where am I? What's going on here? Roxy? Thanks, Mother Goose. Roxy Wolfie, honey! You're back! It's heavy! Chica? Chica, I am so sorry! Whatever I did, I swear I had no idea what happened to me and what came over me. I'm sorry. It's okay, Roxy. Nothing really happened.
Hey, don't worry. We believe you. I think this is what's making you hunt me down. I'm not exactly sure why, but pretty sure it's also making Monty act this way too, since Chica and you also had one installed.
Ugh. It made me lose complete control of myself. I almost hurt a child and Chica. Whoever did this is going to have to pay. Whoa, kid. Are you okay?
Yeah, I kinda had to run into a wall with that cart. I didn't want to crash into Roxy.
Gregory, I detect you're damaged. We need to bring you to the first aid station, now. Dummy, you could have gotten yourself hurt like that. Hop on, kid. Let's get you fixed. So, you're Gregory, huh?
Uh-huh. And you're Roxy and Wolf.
The one and only. I owe you big time for bringing me back to normal.
Oh, yay! I'm so glad you're back.
So, if you need anything at all, just say the word. And I'm at your call, Mr. Big Shot.
Thank you, Roxy. Whoa! I might get lost around here so easily. This place is so big!
They don't call it the Mega Pizzaplex for nothing. How you feeling back there, Big Shot? Any better?
Everything kinda hurts. I'm tired and a little hungry. Is there somewhere to eat?
Hey, Roxy?
Chica.
My battery is dropping to 10%.
Let's hurry then. There's a charging station by the first aid.
What was that?
What happened with the lights?
Trespasser detected. Security protocol activated. Shutting power down.
Ugh, rats! The power's out.
What the? The daycare attendant? Why are they still after me?
Wait, scan it. Gregory, the generators. There's 2 generators. If we can turn them back on.
Then the lights can stop them from chasing me. I can do this.
There's a hall not far from here.
Lead me there. You head to the other generator.
I'll communicate through the fast watch.
Everything hurts and I'm tired, but I can do this. Roxy? Roxy, there? Roxy, you're cutting off really bad. A stupid watch. Why can't you?
They're right on top of you!
It's past your bedtime. Come here.
Get away from me, you freak! Gotta get to that generator. Oh, come on! Where is it? Roxy said it should be here. There it is. Uh-huh. Why are the lights not back? Roxy must have not turned hers on yet. Wait a minute. They must have a chip too if they keep coming after me. Right? There has to be a way for me to reach it. A beam! That could work.
Don't you feel tired, little Starlight? Naughty boy you are. Wouldn't you like somewhere nice to rest and shut your little eyes? Like a nice soft bed. How about it, Starlight?
Not with nightmare fuel like you chasing me around. Got it. You don't have a chip? Ow! Let me go!
Rule breaker. This game was fun, but it is now time to sleep. Nighty night. Wait a second. Abdominal injury detected. External abrasion detected. You're injured.
What? Oh no, no, no! You're hurting. You must be immediately taken care of.
What?
Hello, Miss Wolf.
Gregory! You're okay.
Were you chaperoning this child? Because stars have mercy, you are doing a terrible job!
Hey, wait a second.
Why is this child covered in scrapes and bruises?
You're the one chasing me around in the dark and trying to get me.
We were simply trying to get you to sleep. You look exhausted.
It is seriously way past your bedtime hours.
Well, we'll get going now.
Please, Roxy,
We have to get back to Chica and make our way to Gator Golf.
Gator Golf? This child is injured, and you want to have playtime with the brute like Monty?
What? No, it's not for playtime. It's for...
Hush, my little Starbeam. I'll take it from here.
Starbeam?
Oh, where are my manners? I haven't introduced myself, have I? I'm the daycare attendant, but you can call me Sunny. And you're in luck, friend. I'm programmed with emergency medical care assistance and pediatric care. I can get you patched up in no time, friend.
Wow. Thanks. I'm Gregory, by the way.
Gregory? That's a wonderful name! Oh, we are going to be the best of friends, I just know it!
Bullseye!
Gregory! Come out, wherever you are, little guy. Ain't no way you can hide from me forever. Monty's gonna find you. Ha! There you are!
Oh God, it's Monty! I'll lead him in this direction. That'll give me a chance to press the button and drop the bucket on him. Wait! This is gonna hurt him, won't it?
Hey, little guy!
Shoot! I'm trapped! I'm blocked either way!
Ain't nowhere to run from me. I got you now, run! Come here!
Not on my watch!
The chip!
Gregory, are you alright? How are your injuries?
I'm fine, but Monty has a chip. We have to get it out of him before the catwalk collapses. I have an idea. Do you think you can hold him down?
Don't you worry about a thing. I got...
Sunny! Look out!
I think you need a timeout, Mr. Gator. Gregory, now's your chance.
Got it! Sunny?
Hang on, Gregory!
Oh, no, you don't!
Chica! Miss Wolf!
We are not losing you guys!
We just got you guys back! We're not gonna lose you again!
Chica! Roxy! You guys came in time before me! Oh God! I thought we were gonna...
Easy, Gregory, honey. You're safe with us now.
You okay there, Sunshine?
I'm quite alright, Miss Wolf! I don't think I would have been able to pull us out if it weren't for you and Chica. Girl power!
System rebooting. System reset complete. Huh? What the fazz is going on around here? How'd I even get here? Chica?
Monty, you're back!
Hey, maybe. I swore I thought I was back in my room a second ago. Man, my head hurts.
You had a chip installed. I think it has some sort of mind control. Roxy and Chica had a similar one installed too. Just like this one.
A malware? Someone must have installed them in us while we weren't looking. The how?
Freddy! I'm here! Where are you?
Wait a minute, something ain't right here.
We need to find you so we can get out of here. We can help you, Freddy.
Can you really, Gregory? You've been causing me so much trouble for me, Gregory.
What might go?
Messing with the malware installment.
You can't do this to me, Benny.
Breaking into the security offices. I'm all for fun and silly games, but you're making it really difficult for me. And my master is not happy about this.
Hold up! You're the menace that's messing with our programs, aren't you? I don't know what kind of sick game you're playing, but we're gonna find you. So I hope you can hide from me!
Then I guess you better hurry up and find Freddy. He'll be waiting for you, superstar.
Well, what are we all doing standing around here for? Let's skate!
But we don't even have a clue where Freddy is. How can we find him?
I have an idea where. I've been to that place way too many times to remember where exactly all that tinkering was coming from. Just follow me, alright? Hey, by the way, what's your name, kid? You look like you've been through the garbage disposal.
I'm Gregory. But thank you, by the way, for helping us.
Hey, don't mention it, kid. Like, seriously, don't mention it. Don't want to hear Fat Bear mention I'm getting soft for you kids or something like that.
Don't you mean Fazbear?
No, you heard me right. To me, he's Fat Bear and always will be.
Funny nickname.
Now let's get this party on the road and save his butt. What do you say?
Freddy! Freddy! Where are you? Freddy! Ah!
Hey, partner.
Hey!
Fazbear ain't gonna hear you from here, kid. We gotta head to parts and services so we can find him there. Get rid of that damn rabbit.
Then let's get going. We don't want to wait around here any longer than we have to.
Oh, did you really think that I would let you have it all easy? Now, where's the fun in that? And
Disassemble them.
Damn that pesky varmint.
Oh boy.
Hey, damn it, what are y'all standing around for? Split up. They can't catch all of us after all.
Right! We'll find a way to lose them.
Keep Gregory safe.
Where are we going? We have to get to parts and services.
Have you getting ripped apart? Fat chance, Brad. We gotta hide it out for now. We should be safe here for some time while I think of something.
Auntie?
What is it, Brad?
They're everywhere. What are we gonna do?
Wait a minute. This is one of them security offices.
So, what about it?
We can shut down all the endos. They're all connected to the main network and we have the access to it here. What's that?
No! Monty, they found us!
Let me introduce y'all to Ged and Rand.
They're coming from the other
Not if
door!
I can help it.
Nice, Monty!
It ain't gonna be enough, though. The doors ain't gonna hold them up for long. And I ain't trying to be one of Roxy's next leather bags, Gregory.
Oh, come on! This thing needs a password?
What the? Oh, sugar honey iced tea.
Hey! You're right! Thanks, Monty.
Wait, what?
Think, Gregory, think. How do I use this thing?
Hurry up!
Hang on, Monty! Got it!
Network shutdown.
Oh, my tuchus!
All systems now offline.
Monty! We did it! The endos are offline!
Nice work, Brad. Say, what did you do anyways? I thought you said you had no idea what you were doing, you little varmint.
Oh, I just pressed a bunch of random buttons until the systems were overloaded.
Well, it ain't stupid if it works, I guess. It is kind of stupid.
There you both are.
Gregory! Auntie! You two are okay!
Whatever you two did, keep it up. The Endo stopped chasing us.
I shut off the main network so no one can order around the endos.
But that means we can't communicate with each other if we have to split up again.
We have no network, no Freddy, and no way to reach the hacker. It's going to get harder and harder to keep Gregory safe.
We just need to keep each other close, and we'll be fine. So we need to get to Freddy as soon as possible.
Prima Donna here has a point, Gregory. Besides, Fazbear ain't gonna let me hear the end of it if anything happens to the Rand.
Hey, I'm not a rat. I'll bite you.
Of course you'll bite me, you little ankle biter.
Oh no, I do not like this. Not one bit.
Alright, little guy. Alright, gang, let's rock and roll out. We have a glam rock to save.
Let's go save Freddy.
Are you sure this is safe, Monty?
Maybe we can break through the main entrance?
No, not really. But ain't no other way to get into parts and services without going through them vents and unlocking them from the inside, son. Just not happening. And we can't even scan you in since all of our access is cut off from Pizza Place's network thanks to that rabbit.
That's it? Sounds easy to me.
Once you're in, there's no way for us to reach you until you lock the door. Do you understand me, Gregory? This is very dangerous.
I don't like this idea one bit. Have you all forgotten that Gregory is just a child?
Sonny has a point. What if he gets hurt and we can't help him?
Guys, I'll be fine. I promise. So let's do this. For Freddy!
Alright, we'll meet you down at Parts and Services. Keep your eyes peeled, kid. And lastly, stay quiet when you're down there. There's something running around down in those vents.
Got it. I'll see you later, Monty.
Good luck, little buddy.
Phew. Okay. This is a lot harder than I thought. Sheesh. How far does this vent even go? Okay. Just don't look down, Gregory. Don't! No! Come on! I can do this! I can! Ow! Stupid old utility! Ouch! Ow! My ankle! Monty says I have to be as quiet as I can. Whoa. Okay. I got this. I just have to find the vent that leads to Parts Services. But it's so dark in here. What's that over there? Sweet! It's a flashlight! This is gonna make everything so much easier. I have to hurry up. I don't have much time. The others are waiting for me. It was so tight. Okay. On my knees. I'm so tired. Everything hurts. I don't even know where I am at. How am I ever gonna find... Nope. Ah, it's so dusty in here. Someone ought to come in here and clean up this place. It's so... Achoo! What the? I shouldn't have done that. I really shouldn't have done that! What is that thing? I need to get out of here! Please let this be the way out! I can't go on anymore! It's so cramped in here! And it gets smaller and smaller! I can't breathe! Leave me alone! You're friendly? Wait! Your arm! It's broken. Do you want me to fix that for you? Well, I'm no robo, whatever type of person fixes you guys. But I'll try. Just hold still and please don't bite me. There. Wait! Don't leave yet! I really need your help! Do you know how to get the parts and services? My friend is in trouble, and I need to get to him. Please. Is that a yes? Hey, wait! Ow! Hold on! Ow! You're going too fast! Ow! Hey! Could you slow down? Are you listening to me? You want me to push it open? Whoa! I'm gonna need so much ice after this. Huh? Is this parts and services? I'm in parts and services. I'm in parts and services! Thank you! I never would have found my way out! Huh? Did it go back into the vent? Wait! Thank you! Thank you so much.
Gregory, is that you?
All right. I should let everyone in.
Well. You ain't the little guy himself. Glad to see you, bud.
Gregory, you did it, Big Shot! I can't believe it.
I told you guys it would be easy.
Oh, my stars! What happened to you?
Funny story. I fell on my ankle when the ladder gave out under me on the way down.
Hey, don't worry, kid. You're a tough little bugger after all. Plus, the women love scars.
I told you all this was a terrible idea!
Hey, if you're so worried, then quit squabbling and do something about his injuries, sonny boy!
We can't just keep putting Gregory in dangerous situations! Now he's covered in bruises, bleeding from several places, and has a dislocated ankle for Star's sake.
Guys, look.
Huh? What's up, Rox?
Is that actually...
It sure is, kid. It's Freddy. Come on, let's see. Whoa, hold your scales, kid. We need a plan first.
So, what do we have to do first then? Well...
We don't really know.
Let's at least attach Freddy's head back on. That way we'll get more instructions on what to do next.
Wait, how did you know that?
I've been here way too many times already for repairs. You'd be surprised how often this place hires new staff that don't know what they're doing.
Why am I not surprised?
Then let's get to fixing Freddy.
Alright, it should be this button.
Huh?
What in tarnation?
Protocol activated. To reconnect Freddy's head, please repeat the correct color sequence by pressing the flashing buttons on the panel.
Wait, I don't remember this being part of the procedure.
Step inside the safety cylinder to proceed, and don't worry about the door closing. The procedure must ensure our staff's safety.
What? Are you kidding me? We have to play a game to fix him?
So what? Aren't you guys made to have fun? I thought you guys were entertainer bots.
We are. We just aren't, players.
We are performers. We are programmed to play music and perform.
How are we supposed to play a bunch of toddler games? Do we look like some sort of Crayola colorized pea and pizza smelling babysit? Huh? Wait a second. That might work. Oh, Sonny!
You are all banned from my daycare when this is all over.
I can live with that.
Wait! I want to help fix Freddy too.
Oh, jeez, Gregory. Starlight, it's too dangerous to be around machines like this. You have to stay here with the others, where it's safe.
But...
Be careful, Sonny!
And, don't break yourself either, Sunshine.
Wait, Sunshine?
Engineer, please step into the safety cylinder to begin the procedure.
Huh? But I'm already in here!
Engineer, please step into the safety cylinder to begin the procedure.
Rats! I don't think it detects it as a...
The procedure will now begin. Please approach the animatronic.
Wait, what?
Gregory!
Oops.
Sonny, get him out of there!
Gregory, what are you
doing? Are you insane?
Okay. Well, if you want to help save Freddy, please don't touch anything, okay, Starlight?
Got it.
Initiate procedure. Red, red, blue, yellow, red, blue, yellow, green. Red, yellow, blue, purple, green. Blue, purple, green, red. Red, yellow, blue, green, red, purple. Yellow, purple.
Hey, Sunny. I think you missed one.
No! Don't press! Warning! Unauthorized entity has been detected. Scanning cylinder. Gregory!
Uh-oh.
Unauthorized animatronic detected. For safety measures of our associate, system will now automatically administer a controlled shock on the unauthorized animatronic. Oh boy!
Sunny!
What did you do, Gregory?
I'm sorry! I didn't mean it! I was only trying to help!
Unauthorized trespasser has been restrained. Please proceed with the procedure.
What do I do? Sunny was the only one fixing Freddy! I don't know what they were doing!
Just repeat the color patterns, brat!
Okay. I'm just copying the patterns. This should be easy. Right? Guys, I think I'm doing it.
You can do it, Gregory!
No distractions, Gregory.
Pay attention, kid. We can't have you messing up again.
I got it. What was it again? Shoot.
Ah! Gregory!
Guys, help.
It was purple.
Wait, no it wasn't. It was yellow.
Huh? What are y'all talking about? It was green!
Gregory, pick yellow!
It's purple.
Said yellow!
Purple!
Choose green, Gregory!
Did I win? Freddy! I have to get out of here! Chica, it's not safe here! We need to get out of here!
Get you guys out of there!
Gregory, the door won't open! We have to get you out another way!
You don't understand, do you? There is no other way!
What?
Superstar! Where did you go, Gregory? I missed you.
Whoa! Freddy, it's me! Please listen to me! Stop! You're not my Freddy. What do I do now? Chip! He has to have a chip. I think. Ow, 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 ow. Ah, I'm definitely gonna need more than an ice pack. Okay, I should just be able to take off the... where's the chip? Ah! Please, Freddy, I'm begging you. Don't make me do this. I don't want to hurt you.
Fine. Then I will. Lights off, it's time to sleep.
Huh? Moon, you're okay. Moon?
By the way, it was blue.
The procedure is now complete. Please step out of the safety cylinder. Glamrock Freddy is ready to rock.
Gregory! Moon, you are insane!
You just noticed.
You're okay! Oh my gosh! You're actually okay! You remembered the pattern! That was genius!
Or maybe you are all idiots.
Come here, you nightlight. You did it with all spice.
Gregory.
Freddy.
Superstar.
Freddy! We found you! We finally found you!
Great job, Superstar. I'm so proud of you.
I'm so sorry for leaving you alone. I didn't know that you get captured. I'm so sorry. And I didn't mean to.
I miss you too, Superstar. So much. Okay, now that you saved me, we need to find Vanny.
Who?
The rabbit! She was the one who separated my head from my body.
You're saying the hacker we've been looking for is a rabbit? Really, Fazbear?
Maybe a few of his screws are a bit looser than I thought, chicken.
Freddy, I know you miss Bonnie, but...
No, I swear it was someone in a bunny costume.
That was a long time ago, Freddy. Like, way back in the previous location.
Either way, there's someone in here that isn't part of security, and we need to find out where they are and why they are here, Roxy.
And how are we gonna do that?
We'll just have to do a thorough search of the Pizzaplex. We'll look through every croon and cranny, every security office if we have to. We can cover more surface area now that there's more of us, and we'll be able to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Right, gang? Gregory, are you
He's been through a lot already, Freddy.
His injuries are getting worse, too.
You know, for a scrawny brat, he's sure tough, though. I will give him that.
What I was trying to say is let's get somewhere safe so we can rest.
Fazbear, we ain't got enough time before morning.
I have to help him, Monty.
But why? We can get in trouble if something happens to the brat.
I don't know, but something is telling me that I have to help him. Alright? Please, just listen for once.
I don't get it, Mooney.
No idea, lizard. There, it'll be sore for a little while. So actually listen when I say, don't use that foot, rat boy.
What do you say now, Gregory? Come on, be nice.
You're terrifying. And I want Sunny back.
Gregory, that wasn't nice.
Thank you. That's the smartest thing that came out of your loudmouth so far.
Moon!
What? Like Sonny says, honesty is the best policy. Right, Bear?
Whatever.
Now, here's your lollipop and your sticker. Don't get too excited about it. It's part of my protocol to give them out. I still don't like you.
I'm not a baby. I don't want a lollipop.
Yes, you do. Now, and why?
Nope.
Little brat hates him.
You little, I'm gonna... Fine. Choo-choo, here comes the airplane.
What? He didn't say it right. This lollipop is gross. Why does it taste like medicine?
Because it is. Now stop whining and eat it. It'll help ease the pain in your ankle.
Moon!
Yes, Bear.
A little please could do wonders sometimes. Try it out.
Oh, please.
Huh?
I don't beg. Now excuse me. I'm gonna get some ice for the rat child.
Anyways, how you feeling, Hotshot?
Like I was in a car accident?
Well, you were.
Hey, wait a minute. Gregory, sweetie, how did you even get yourself in here after closing hours? I thought the staff does their nightly checks for any remaining guests.
It really wasn't hard to do, honestly. A lady started chasing after me to kick me out, but then I was able to hide with Freddy.
Well, that doesn't answer how you ended up in Freddy's room. Everyone is on lockdown after operation hours.
Oh! I think you guys got it mixed up. I snuck into Freddy. I stayed inside of him until we got into his room, popped open his cavity, and bam! Super secret hiding spot.
You what the what in
Gregory! Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? What if Freddy malfunctioned? Or what if the staff had to take him into maintenance?
But nothing happened. I am not scheduled for a maintenance check until next week, chica.
Freddy, we don't even know what's going on. We all had those chips installed in us with malware that makes us do things we aren't supposed to do.
I will never hurt Gregory, Roxanne.
Well, whatever you think, Fastbart, we need to find the bad guy.
Lady.
Bad lady and Riker. That should be fun.
Freddy?
Hmm?
Do you remember what happened during our last performance?
Well, yes. We were performing like we do every night, and we were great. Roxy, Chica, and Monty were so incredibly talented, and we were having so much fun. But then, I forgot the rest of the lyrics to our song. I don't know why I did. I shouldn't have forgotten. It's the same song I performed for years. It's literally programmed into me. I couldn't move the way I wanted to. I couldn't do anything.
Freddy! Freddy? Freddy, what's wrong? Freddy! You collapsed.
Chica, what happened?
Thank you for visiting Freddy Fazbear's Pizzaplex. We apologize for the inconvenience that happened during tonight's show. There will be no refunds.
All right, everyone back up.
That's right, back up. No guests are allowed to record at this time. Fazbear policy.
Step away from the bots at this time.
However, everyone will receive a complimentary Mr. Hippo magnet. Please come again to see your glam rock friends at Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex. Have a good day.
And none of us really remember much after that. Whoever put the chips in us must have done it during our maintenance check.
Freddy doesn't have a chip.
Huh?
When I took everyone else's out, I had to reach behind you guys to get it. Freddy didn't have one in him.
But why would they... never mind. It doesn't matter. Freddy, you have to be more careful from now out. If your malware installment can't be fixed like ours, then who knows what could happen? Oh, we just don't want you to damage yourself. And we can't have you... accidentally hurting Gregory.
I understand. Aw, Gregory, have you eaten at all tonight?
No, not really.
Are you hungry, sweetheart? Stay right there! I'll go get you something hot real quick! Be right back!
Okay.
Hey, watch it, I'm in here, you chicken nugget!
Sorry, Mooney! Out of my way! This is important! Yeah! Order up! It's not exactly, healthy, but you should definitely eat something. You know, considering the amount of running, climbing, falling, screaming, fighting, and, bruising you do.
Thanks, Chica.
You know, you're very brave, Gregory. How old are you?
I'm 8.
8 years old and you're running around the Pizzaplex in the dark? Most kids your age would have been very afraid if they were in your situation.
Well, I'm not like other kids. I've gone through worse.
Aw, that's actually more concerning than reassuring. Like, actually, Gregory.
There.
Hmm?
Keep it on your stomach and not in it.
Thanks, and I'm sorry about what happened back in the safety cylinder.
That's why Son told you to stay with the others. So next time, listen.
Right.
Oh no.
Huh? Moon, what's the matter? Everything alright?
My battery is low, Lizard.
Low battery? But you weren't Moon for long.
Son takes up majority of the battery usage since they take care of 40 hyperactive children a day. My function is to help children sleep, so I'm not meant to be out for long.
That doesn't seem like a functional design.
Huh. Wonder who's the genius that thought that was a good idea. Probably Fazbear Entertainment.
Probably just the head of corporate cutting corners to save money. Now can someone turn on the lights so I can swap with Son?
I've got it.
Thank you. What's going on?
Maybe a malfunction in your software, Moon?
You're not changing, Moon.
Shush, Kibble Breath. I don't understand. I should be able to swap by now. What's going on? Why can't I change? I can't hear them.
Moon, are you alright? You look a little...
I can't hear them!
Huh? Who?
I can't hear Son! You... What did you do to us?
Hey guys, SuperBro Mike here, and in today's video, we explore the world of Five Nights at Freddy's, or rather, the fan-made games born out of it. While there are currently 7 mainline FNAF games, hundreds more have been created by fans of the series. Some of these are actually pretty great, in many ways improving on aspects of the original games, while others are just plain weird. Some even create brand new characters while using the same basic gameplay loop first designed by creator Scott Cawthon. Then there are those that are just plain scary. And while there have been more bad fan games than good ones, in this particular video we take a look at the 10 best FNAF fan games ever made and why. Of course, every rundown is subjective, but the following games are a must play for any Five Nights enthusiast. Playing it safe at number 10, Five Nights at Freddy's Reborn is a shoo-in for this rundown simply because it remasters the original game. That's pretty much it, but it's amazing what a fresh coat of paint and some minor gameplay tweaks can do for a dated classic. Everything seems far more alive and therefore far creepier in this remake. Animatronics can now move on camera and wander past doors in real time. The ambient sound effects are amplified and visuals massively upgraded. The entire atmosphere feels far scarier than the original game. Unfortunately, this game does have its programming issues, and so there are a fair few bugs plaguing the experience. With that said, Five Nights at Freddy's Reborn is a worthy fan remake and a great way to revisit the original game. While not currently a finished game, Fredbear and Friends is still worth checking out. It makes the biggest gameplay change possible by actually allowing full 3D movement, allowing the player to explore an abandoned Fredbear diner as they are stalked by the killer animatronics wandering its dimly lit halls. The objective is to survive a number of nights as a game of hide and seek unfolds. While we are tracked by these animatronics, a number of tasks must be completed, such as discovering codes to unlock secret doors and monitoring surveillance cameras in classic FNAF style. There is even a taser which can be used to stun certain enemies as they attempt to attack us. Fredbear and Friends certainly isn't perfect, with some glitchy AI and unbalanced design. However, it manages to be pretty scary, and the ability to explore the diner in full 3D and get a good look at the animatronics up close and personal makes this a game worth exploring. This one's certainly different. In fact, apart from the core gameplay loop and familiar title phrasing, One Night at Flumpty's and its sequel are a pretty radical departure from classic FNAF. However, the influence is obvious, and these strange yet nightmarish looking games are some of the best fan-made spin-offs out there. As its title suggests, Flumpty's takes place over just one night, where once again the objective is to survive until 6 AM. Flumpty Bumpty is a giant egg, who along with his pals, which range from owls to clowns, have kidnapped the player and forced them to partake in a twisted game of hide and seek within a haunted playhouse. The game was made using flash animation and contains far more vivid imagery and gore than a typical FNAF game. However, it doesn't take itself too seriously and plays out as a parody of Corfin's original series. Nevertheless, it manages to be pretty scary at times.
Welcome one and all the Flumpty Bumpties. If your lights turned off, then you're safe. If your lights are on, then they'll come find you and rip you a brand new face.
There's nothing more terrifying than possessed children in horror games, right? Well, only possessed animatronic children, I guess. Jollibees is a game which cashes in on this particular horror trope to provide a truly creepy game experience built on the core of the Five Nights at Freddy's games. Jollibees was much like Fazbear's Diner, a place for families to go eat and their kids to have fun. However, the restaurant was shut down after a batch of food was poisoned. 20 years later, Jollibees takes on a security guard to monitor the building at night, and of course those creepy animatronic kids are keeping him company. Aside from the standard FNAF gameplay of checking cameras and flashing lights to hold back enemies, Jollibees mixes things up by giving players an additional task to complete at the end of every shift. These range from changing fuses to mopping floors, and each comes with a fresh set of dangers to avoid. The visuals look slick, the story intrigues, and scares come thick and fast, making Jollibees an unmissable game for any fan of FNAF-style scares. In Pop Goes, we once again play a security guard working in an animatronic restaurant called Pop Goes Pizza, which is run almost entirely by the animatronics themselves. The game features a far more in-depth story than most of the Five Nights games, and even lets you ask its version of Phone Guy various questions which explain what exactly is going on.
Your free option should appear now. Hey, good to know you want to learn more about my crew. If you paid attention to my first message, you must have heard me say that these robots can do pretty much anything, yes?
Pop Goes plays slightly differently to the original Five Nights games, as not only do we have to prevent animatronics from reaching us, but also calm ourselves down as a panic meter gradually builds during the night. A creepy cast of characters and 7 long nights make this a haunting game experience, and one with a science fiction vibe, a pleasant departure from most other fan games on this list. From the makers of Jollibees comes Jolly Free, a multi-chapter game release which is highly ambitious in both scope and scale. The Jolly Games series was made to complement the original storyline of FNAF, with our character setting out to investigate the mysteries of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, but ending up in an abandoned factory used by competitor Jolly Entertainment. Jolly 3 mixes iconic animatronics from the Five Nights at Freddy's series with new ones conceived by its creator, Ivan G. The mixture of new and old characters woven into a brand new storyline and complemented by impressive presentation throughout make this a fan game not to miss out on. The gameplay is both varied and challenging, with plenty of minigames on offer to keep things feeling fresh and fun. Jolly 3 is pretty lengthy for a free game too, clocking in at just over an hour in length. The previous games aren't quite as good, but are still worth checking out. Final Nights 4 is unique in that it uses the point-and-click gameplay mechanics of the FNAF series to add in elements of a detective story too. We explore locations from the FNAF games as well as new ones such as a haunted hospital and must solve puzzles and evade animatronics along the way. The story hops between the past and present as we discover the origins of William Afton and his conflict with Henry Stillwater. It is during these segments that the classic Five Nights surveillance gameplay comes into effect. The animatronic models and sound design are on point, and the detective gameplay keeps things interesting between the standard Five Nights shifts. The backstory may be fan-made, but it's compelling stuff, and some of the minigames are pretty creepy too. This is of course the fourth in the Final Nights series. All are worthwhile, but if you can only spare time for one, make it this one. Those Nights at Rachel's isn't just a simple fan game, it is one so impressive it feels like it could easily rival, even in some aspects best, some of Scott's original games. The character models, smooth and incredibly rendered visuals, and creepy atmosphere are all far greater than a standard fan game spin-off. The story is simple. Doug and Rachel's is a rival company to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and unfortunately shares one thing in common with them: killer animatronics. We play a security guard who has taken a night shift at the newly opened D&R restaurant, and during the course of its 5 nights, we discover, thanks to a mysterious phone guy, that this company is hiding many nefarious secrets.
Don't you think taking the endoskeletons was enough? Hello? Sorry about that. Just accidentally picked up at the wrong moment.
A range of gameplay mechanics are available to us, and the player must use them effectively in order to survive. This is a tough game, but a rewarding one thanks to its well-written narrative. It is also pretty terrifying, featuring a genuinely creepy atmosphere. Created and developed by Nixon, the same person responsible for Those Nights at Rachel's and now working on the Dark Deception series, it's fair to say the reasons for Joy of Creation story mode being near the top of this list are self-explanatory. Once again, this is simply put a ridiculously polished game. It's scary, it features many different mechanics which constantly change up the gameplay and offers something different each night. Sometimes we play as a child in their crib, while other times we hide in the living room trying to keep track of rogue animatronics on the television surveillance. There are even stages where we get to free roam around the basement of the house the game is set within. This feels like a bigger budget Five Nights game than many of the official releases. It also expands on the story of Five Nights at Freddy's in a unique way. In The Joy of Creation, we play as creator Scott Cawthon himself and his other family members, as well as Michael Afton, who mysteriously turns up at Scott's door one night during a thunderstorm. Joy of Creation story mode expands on its predecessor Joy of Creation Reborn, offering a new look into the world of FNAF with some great scares and plenty of gameplay variety. The only downside is that it's incredibly hard, perhaps too frustrating at times for some to enjoy. Finally, at the top of this list is Five Nights at Candy's Remastered, a new version of the original game which has been a fan favourite for many years and spawned several sequels. What makes Five Nights at Candy's so special is the way it confidently mixes the new lore of Candy with the original story of Scott Cawthon's FNAF games. It tells a brand new story which fans will no doubt enjoy. Candy's isn't quite as scary as some of the other games on this list, however it has a charm and personality many of them are missing. The gameplay feels responsive and the challenge fair. Mechanics are kept simple yet fun. Add to that, character designs are great, with some looking cute and others downright creepy. There are also plenty of secrets and Easter eggs to unlock too. Considering this is a free-to-play game with a wealth of content, Candy is the perfect example of how to build on the original FNAF game series without needing to steal from it. Addictive to play, with some unsettling plot twists and plenty of humour thrown in for good measure, this is one fan game you seriously don't want to miss out on. With that said, perhaps there are some fan games that didn't make this rundown you think should have. So as Hey guys, Super Horror Bro Mike here, and in today's video we return to the world of Five Nights at Freddy's with a look at 10 more essential fan games. If you want to catch up with the best unofficial FNAF games out there, check out part 1, which I'll link at the end of this video. But for now, sit back, relax, and let's dive into the best FNAF fan games part 2. After filling in a brief job application, we step into the shoes of the latest security guard and night watchman of Circus Baby's Diner, where a surveillance system known as AVOS explains the ins and outs of our new shift.
Hello and welcome to Circus Baby's Pizza World. You are in establishment number 1. I am a VOS, short for Advanced Voice-Over System. I will be your personal guide for the week.
Everything seems very familiar. Monitor various camera points to watch for animatronic movement, keep the generator powered up, and lock down the doors and vents if anyone gets a little too close for comfort. This is all presented beautifully, with fantastic character models and environments that look every bit as good as the best official Five Nights at Freddy's games on the market. After each night, we must fill in a variety of forms to report back to HQ about any suspicious activity, and soon even the AVOS security system itself seems to be acting strangely. It's nice to see a fan game embracing a more varied lineup than the typical 4 iconic mascots too. Circus Baby's Diner pits Funtime Freddy, Funtime Foxy, Ballora and Circus Baby against the player, and their varied mechanics keeps gameplay tense and exciting. The Web of Cogs and Oil is a selection of 4 different minigames which only really connects to the FNAF universe via the inclusion of scrap animatronics. The game's story is vaguely told but deals with occult rituals and reanimation. Each minigame features a different enemy type and challenge to adapt to. In The Corpse, we are trapped in a meat locker where the temperature must be kept above 30 so we don't freeze, and the lights powered on to stop a zombified corpse from attacking. In The Trickster, we must use a flashlight to stop a killer clown from reaching us in a dark playroom. Then, in The Demon, candles must be kept lit and a pentagram shrouded in darkness in order to prevent a scrap animatronic demon from summoning. The final minigame is called The Machine, and requires the player to unlock a series of increasingly tricky doors, all while ensuring Scrap Baby is kept at bay. These minigames are fun and frantic, if a little finicky at times, and overall this makes Web of Cogs and Oil feel like a breath of fresh air in the oversaturated realm of FNAF fan games. Afton's Revenge places us in the shoes of everybody's favourite serial killer, William Afton, as we take control of his Springtrap form, hunting down other animatronics from the series. Each stage takes place in a different environment, many of which appeared in previous FNAF games. The objective of each level is to locate the axe and use it, as the title suggests, to destroy Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Freddy. However, we must be careful not to run into Golden Freddy, as this results in a time penalty of 2 hours being added to the countdown. If we fail to destroy all of the animatronics by 7 AM, then it's game over. By successfully completing stages, we collect remnants which can then be used to unlock new levels and upgrade Afton's weapons and abilities. There are even bonus stages where we can hunt down additional characters like Balloon Boy. All of this adds up to make a quirky and at times addictive fan game where Freddy and co are on the run from us for a change. You may remember Jollibees from our previous FNAF fan game rundown last year. It's a unique take on the FNAF formula, as its characters are based on an actual restaurant chain from the Philippines by the same name. Here, the animatronics are all giant childlike dolls, aside from Jollibee himself of course. The sequel, Jollibees Phase 2, was not as good as its predecessor, but nonetheless is a highly polished fan game that at times looks even more impressive than many of the mainline FNAF games from Scott Cawthon himself. Phase 2 follows on from the story of the first game, set a few days later in the year 2037. We take on the role of a shipping company employee who guards the corrupted animatronics before they are shipped off to a new location. Gameplay involves making sure boxes are delivered to their correct destinations on a conveyor belt, all while keeping Jollibee's sinister former attractions at bay. Between each of these standard nights, we take on a selection of 4 different mini-games, all which involve mundane warehouse tasks, once again made harder by the inclusion of killer animatronic kids. Acing these sub-objectives allows us to upgrade our abilities in order to better cope with the animatronic onslaught as shifts grow progressively harder. Jollibees Phase 2 is a very hard game, with a ton of grinding required in order to see it through to completion. With that said, its stunning presentation, genuinely tense atmosphere, and nightmarish jump scares make it an essential fan game. Ever fancied a festive-themed FNAF game? Well, Christmas with Freddy's provides exactly that. After naively accepting a delivery of Christmas presents from the shady Fazbear Company, the player finds their holiday season turned upside down and made not so merry as they are bombarded by festive-themed versions of Freddy, Chica, and Bonnie. These animatronics attempt to access our home in any way they can, and so we must quickly adapt and learn a variety of tricks and tips to repel them. Rather than surviving an entire night, each section of the game takes place over a 1-hour period. Although the animatronics are very aggressive, so tension is constant and sure to make you sweat. Between each jumpscare-filled round, we fill out questionnaires for Fazbear Entertainment, which help shape the gameplay experience. Filling these out incorrectly leads to a bad ending, so be careful how you answer. The Freddy Files is quite a departure from every other game on this list. Styled in the form of classic 8-bit video games from the 1980s, a look we often see in Scott's own FNAF minigames, the Freddy Files wouldn't look too out of place if we saw it running on a Game Boy Color. It also features a surprisingly spooky and well-written story that has several great twists and turns along the way. The game mixes exploration in an isometric viewpoint with classic FNAF point-and-click gameplay sequences to tell the story of a night guard who is trying to solve the mysteries of Fazbear Entertainment as well as remember his own lost memories. The way the story is gradually uncovered and drip-fed to the player through constantly changing gameplay, in conjunction with a unique art style and creepy atmosphere, makes the Freddy Files a must-play for FNAF fans. If you happen to have a fear of the dark or suffer from claustrophobia, then you might want to avoid this particular fan game. Sinister Turmoil Sewers is a demo for a much bigger and now cancelled FNAF fan game of the same name. It traps players in a maze of tunnels located in a sewer system below a carnival overrun by rogue Fazbear animatronics. Of course, we aren't alone in these tunnels. Everybody's favourite nightmare fuel, Mangle, is also trapped down here and stalks our every move. Mangle can give chase if he spots us while exploring, in addition to surprise attacking from sewer ducts around the environment. It's nerve-wracking stuff. Sinister Turmoil also offers complete freedom of movement, which makes it one of the few free roam games on this list. The objective is simple: flood the sewer channels in order to access the surface and drown Mangle for good. This is done by collecting wrenches which colour correspond with the correct valves. These wrenches are well hidden, so exploration is an unfortunate necessity. Before Five Nights at Freddy's, series creator Scott Cawthon made a handful of family-friendly adventure games. One of these games was Chipper & Sons Lumber Company. Tykes & Sons Lumber Company is a fan-made sequel expanding on the events of the original game and taking them in a dark and very FNAF-inspired direction. During the day, the game plays like a sort of RPG adventure. We plant trees, chop wood, and visit family and friends in a nearby town. There are even zany boss battles to engage in from time to time. However, when darkness falls, the beavers fall prey to animatronic terrors. Here, we enter first-person mode, and the game plays very much like a typical FNAF title, with each night growing more and more challenging and introducing new enemies to avoid. It really is great to see the style of Scott's more innocent early games fused with the darker creations of his FNAF universe, even if he didn't make this one himself, and makes for a fan game well worth checking out. Now here's a novel idea for a fan game based on Five Nights at Freddy's, a game where many of the enemies are hideously deranged versions of popular FNAF animators and cartoonists. Animator's Hell plays very much like William Afton's Hell found in Ultimate Custom Night. Players pick as many or as few of these animatronic animators as they desire to go up against, and are then dropped into a familiar office setting where they must survive until the timer runs down. Each animatronic has a specific attack pattern and way to evade them, detailed in the description below their profile. Some of these escape methods are as simple as closing a door or monitoring a camera feed. Others have more unique methods, such as this Pac-Man character who requires a Pac-Man themed minigame to be completed on the fly.
Ah, you were so close.
The visuals are stunning and character designs horrifying. This is without a doubt one of the best and most original FNAF fan games to release in recent memory. Eddie is a big bear and is joined by cohorts Mousetrap the Mouse and Topsy the Clown as they hunt the player during their night watch shift. It's quite the mystery how this theatre company gained any kind of business with family mascots that looked this terrifying. Eddie and the Misfits doesn't reinvent the wheel, but what it does do is tweak the familiar FNAF formula and iterate upon it, all with style to spare. Presentation is fantastic, and the animatronics and jump scares are genuinely unnerving. The idea is to monitor each animatronic and make sure to either hide or shock them if they get too close to our office, but things gradually get more complicated as the nights progress. Soon we must begin guarding breaker boxes and monitoring fan temperatures, all while keeping an eye on Eddie and his misfits. To make matters worse, and keep the game from becoming repetitive, we are given side missions between shifts. These consist of mini-games where circuit boards must be repaired and animatronics maintained.
How does a mouse feel after a night shower? Squeaky clean.
This all adds up to a brilliantly paced and challenging but fair fan game with memorable character designs and gameplay that is easy to pick up but hard to master. All the while staying clear of straight up copying Scott Cawthon's original games and managing to tell its own story with its own characters. Exactly how a good fan game should. And with that, we come to the end of today's video. Hey guys, Super Horror Bro Mike here, and in today's video, we explore haunted animatronic halls as we take a look at the story of Five Nights at Freddy's fan game, Juniors, with a walkthrough of the main story, a theory as to what the cryptic ending is all about, and a look at the various animatronics and their designs. This is the story of FNAF Juniors Explained, so sit back, relax, and let's get started. The setup for Junior's story isn't made crystal clear in the game, but it is nicely summarised on the game's download page over on the website GameJolt. Here it is suggested that we are filling the shoes of an investigator who is sent to Junior's restaurant after a series of slip-ups occurred, leading to its closure. The investigation company feels that something is afoot, and it's up to our unfortunate hero to uncover what that something is. Suffice to say, they probably didn't think they'd be dealing with haunted killer animatronics. While sleeping, the investigator, who for now I will simply refer to as the protagonist, finds himself in a dark limbo-like dimension. He quickly begins to panic, believing himself to be dead. At that moment, a small white bear emerges from the darkness and introduces himself. This is Paul Bear, and he is a passive spirit who has taken refuge in this dark place, a place he refers to as the Barrens. The Barrens are a limbo dimension between life and death. A giant brain hangs in the sky above, suggesting the Barrens are connected directly with our character's subconscious after they entered JR's to begin their investigation. There are familiar sights to be found here. Freddy, Bonnie and Chica cutouts, and the puppet emerging from a prize box. We also see a mysterious arcade cabinet, though for now it is out of order. Paul Bear assures the protagonist that he can send him back to the real world whenever he wants, but asks for some help with some unfinished business in return. Paul Bear is unable to complete this task himself as he is dead. By taking care of this unfinished business, he will be able to move over to the afterlife. Paul Bear even offers to help out in our investigation, and so a partnership begins, the protagonist agreeing to meet Paul Bear once more the following night. And so the investigation at Junior's commences, with our protagonist monitoring paranormal activity at the restaurant over a security camera feed from the relative safety of the maintenance room. Paul Bear operates as a ghost in the machine, able to send us messages through our laptop, which provides survival tips as a ghostly figure moves from one animatronic to the next. This ghost girl is never named, and so it is impossible to know for sure her true identity. It seems her presence in the restaurant is the unfinished business Paul Bear was talking about, and the reason why Junior's closed down to begin with. He tells us he has been hiding from this ghost, who will take his soul if she locates him. And so, a mission to exorcise this malicious spirit commences. Each night, the player must identify which of Junior's animatronics are haunted as the ghost moves from one to the next. The way we identify a haunting is by paying close attention to our camera feed and watching for telltale signs. For example, if an animatronic enters a room and the lights begin to flicker, or a human handprint appears on the camera lens, then we know the ghost is present. However, the ghost has a few tricks up her sleeve. One of these is to inhabit the marionette, who does not appear on cameras but instead can be heard by her music box when we turn on the audio function. Likewise, the ghost can haunt Balloon Baby, who only appears as a glitching icon on our laptop screen. This laptop screen shows the stability of the animatronics, and when this percentage drops to 0, it results in a game over and very bad news for our hapless hero. To avoid a sticky end, we must periodically call non-haunted animatronics down the conveyor belt to the maintenance room and then repair them by installing a fresh battery pack. If we guess the incorrect animatronic when trying to locate the ghost, then the values of these stability percentages drop across the board, so correctly picking who the spirit haunts is super important. Now let's take a quick look at each of the animatronics encountered during the first 5 nights of our investigation. FNAF Juniors has a menu page accessible after completing the game with detailed character descriptions for each of the terrifying designs. These read as follows. Freddy. This iteration of Freddy is much taller and lankier than most. He's rocking his iconic top hat and bow tie, but both are outfitted with a plaid material. Bonnie. Similar to Freddy, this iteration of Bonnie is much lankier than most other designs. He's been given a pair of stylish glasses, and his colour has shifted from a dark indigo to a tealish shade of blue. Chica. This iteration of Chica is not themed around food, but rather sleeping. She dons a nightgown, a sleeping cap, and her cupcake has a binky. How adorable. This pirate-themed iteration of Foxy is withered to maintain that iconic look that everyone loves. We wanted to push that theme a little further with the inclusion of lots and lots of piercings. Balloon Baby. This iteration of Balloon Boy isn't a boy at all, he's actually a baby, hence the name. In an attempt to capture that eerie vibe, his face was made more doll-like. As always, he's holding his balloons and wearing the iconic propeller hat. The Marionette. With her lengthy, spindly body, this iteration of a marionette or puppet is more ragdoll-like. She's also been given a nose and a set of ears to add to that creepy doll look that made her so iconic in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. The further into Juniors we progress, the more of its mysterious backstory is revealed. We get some of these reveals delivered through a series of old VHS tapes, which our protagonist uncovers after completing certain shifts. The first tape is labelled Episode 1. On this tape is a claymation animation. It shows Freddy walking up to a door labelled Beware the Mangle. Freddy holds an animatronic arm in his hands, which he then presents to a shadowy figure as it emerges from the room. The second VHS tape is labelled Episode 2. This time, Bonnie and Freddy sit at a table in the pizzeria. Freddy pieces together a drawing of Mangle, as if assembling it. Mangle then seems to speak to Freddy and influence him. We then see the ghost inhabiting Freddy transfer over to Bonnie. After this transfer completes, it is Bonnie who now delivers an animatronic appendage to the Mangle's door. The tape ends with a photograph of Bonnie and Freddy laughing together, this suggesting they are both now under the Mangle's control. The third tape is labelled I Know You Are With Him, this telling us that the Ghost Girl is aware of the protagonist and his partnership with Paul Bear. On this tape we see footage of Chica sound asleep and dreaming of pizza. Bonnie ominously peers over the foot of her bed, and Chica's dreams alter as the ghost transfers into her body. Chica then completes the Mangle's construction by bringing it to the final endo piece. Now before viewing the final tape, we should take a moment to catch up on the story unfolding between the protagonist and his new acquaintance Paul Bear. After relaying the information found on these tapes, Paul Bear deduces that the Mangle is a new body the ghost is trying to build for herself. This body will allow her to become far more powerful and therefore harder to stop. With the protagonist getting ready to finish his investigation, time is of the essence. The duo must stop the ghost before the Mangle finishes construction. To do this, they decide to take the ghost by surprise by sneaking into her lair located in the restaurant's basement. This brings us to the fourth and final VHS tape. This one is labelled Falling Down. Its footage is symbolic, showing us children's drawings of various animatronics at Juniors as they are tainted by a black goop. Some of these drawings are bloodied, suggesting that much like the other Fazbear establishments, murderous activity went down at Juniors. We then witness the three iconic animatronics, Bonnie, Chica and Freddy, standing with their offerings as the Mangle descends from above. These tapes symbolise how the Mangle takes pieces from each of the animatronics under the control of the ghost, leaving them in a withered state. Paul Bear knows of a secret entrance leading into the basement, and so our protagonist takes it into the heart of darkness for a final showdown with the Ghost Girl. Longtime FNAF fans will recognise this setting and the gameplay mechanics. They are lifted from Five Nights at Freddy's 2. this telling us the location of Junior's is the same location as FNAF 2, and therefore also the same location as the original restaurant, Fredbear's Family Diner. Important points to keep in mind as we move into the theory portion of this video. In this basement we encounter the withered animatronics, their parts used to create the mangle midway through this night. As with FNAF 2, when these animatronics show up, we must hide behind the Bonnie mask. Balloon Baby can also disable our flashlight if we don't keep an eye on him, and this flashlight is needed to keep Foxy at bay as he appears down the hallway. Finally, the music box must be wound to avoid a nasty jump scare, courtesy of the puppet. After these animatronics have merged with the mangle, she takes over the fight during phase 2, in combination with the ghost who appears on various camera feeds in an attempt to break the cameras and our light. Mangle is able to look into the room using her owl tail, so we must hide behind the Bonnie mask whenever this occurs. If Mangle shows up down the hallway, she must be flashed just as with Foxy. To dispel the ghost, we must shine the camera light on her until she vanishes. These mechanics sound simple enough, but this is a tough fight and balancing power is tricky. Before we head into the final section of this video and break down the ending of FNAF Juniors, let's take a quick look at each of the withered animatronics as described in-game. Withered Freddy. During the final act of Juniors, Freddy was torn to shreds, leaving him with only one eye and a massive scar down his right eye. Withered Bonnie. Bonnie's face was torn off by Mangle and used as a mask by the player. Withered Bonnie shares almost identical features to his design in FNAF 2. Withered Chica. Chica's jaw has been torn apart and ripped open much like her design in FNAF 2. She probably got the most damage out of the entire cast. Poor Chica. Withered Foxy. In Junior's final act, Foxy takes quite the beating. His left ear is completely torn off. However, he was already pretty withered to begin with. Withered Balloon Baby. Much like Marinette, Balloon Baby's porcelain head is completely shattered during Junior's final act. The cracks on his face reveal a creepy endoskeleton beneath. Withered Marinette. In Junior's final act, the Marinette is completely shattered by Mangle, revealing her horrifying visage. The Mangle. The Mangle is absolutely giant. Over time, the ghost haunting Junior's building built it as her final form, using different pieces of animatronic endoskeletons to create this monstrosity. During the final act, all the withered animatronics hop on a conveyor system, sacrificing themselves to finish the Mangle. After reaching 6 AM and outlasting the ghost's attempts to merge with Mangle, she instead tries to merge with the protagonist, forcing her way inside his mind to gain access to the Barons and track down Paul Bear. The ghost girl begins to strangle Paul Bear, telling him there is no more hiding beneath the costume anymore. This tells us that Paul Bear is another young child, so who could he be? Well, we are given a few clues as to the identity of this child as we journey through the game. In an earlier cutscene, Paul Bear mentions how he is very lonely, and only the other spirits keep him company. We also know that Paul Bear is of timid demeanour, asking the protagonist for help as he is too scared to face the animatronics and Ghost Girl himself. These traits line up perfectly with a very familiar Five Nights at Freddy's character, the Crying Child, commonly believed to be Evan Afton. The Crying Child died at the original Fazbear location, Fredbear's Family Diner, after being stuffed inside Freddy's animatronic mouth by his brother Michael. A prank that went very wrong. After passing away, Crying Child ended up with only the other spirits for company. It all lines up. Even the name Paul Bear is a play on the word Paul Bearer, a person who carries a coffin at a funeral. So if Paul Bear is Crying Child, then who is the Ghost Girl? Well, this is a little harder to pin down. It seems most likely that she is meant to be Cassidy. This is because Cassidy was the most vicious of all the child victims, and would have had a reason to come after Crying Child as he was the son of her murderer, William Afton, the man who robbed her of her life. The ghost tells Paul Bear she will destroy him and then his little puppet, but before the conversation concludes, she is stabbed in the back by the protagonist. At this point, the story abruptly ends and the following text plays out. After 5 years, JR's would later reopen. It would go over heavy rebranding, as some still had a somewhat negative impression of the company. Fazbear Entertainment is now more committed than ever to family fun and, above all, safety. They spent a small fortune on these new animatronics. Anyway, Jeremy, when do you think you can start? This text seems to be coming from a manager at the newly refurbished Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. New animatronics are mentioned, these referencing the friendly redesigned toy animatronics from FNAF 2. Essentially, this dialogue is a setup for the second game in the FNAF franchise, and the conversation had between management and new employee Jeremy Fitzgerald, the central protagonist of that game. This entire time, Juniors has been the prequel story to FNAF 2, bridging the gap between the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 4, where Crying Child's demise took place, the murders of William Afton, which led to the birth of vengeful spirit Cassidy, and finally the reopening of a restaurant whereby Jeremy accepted his position of night guard. Juniors explains the state of the withered animatronics, the true origin of the mangle, and tells the prequel story many have asked series creator Scott Cawthon for. It's certainly an interesting take on the lore, and a fantastic fan game to boot. The only question remaining is, were we playing as Jeremy the entire time? Was Jeremy the unnamed protagonist, now returning to take a job as a night guard to keep Cassidy in check and prevent disaster from striking once again? I'll leave you to come to your own conclusions on that one. One final secret you discover comes when we return to the main menu and click continue. We now unlock free roam mode, whereby we can explore the barrens and collect up 4 floating prize boxes. These unlock a cryptic looking map on the title screen made up from 4 torn pages. They appear to mark out a level layout. Head back into the barrens and we can finally access that previously out of order arcade cabinet and play the Bonnie themed minigame Carrot Craze. Using the map, we can locate an area within this level that unlocks a secret message from Paul Bear. The message reads, "Hey buddy, it's me, Paul Bear. If you ever need me for an investigation or whatever, just call me. See you soon." This message suggests that Paul Bear's fate was a happy one, and by extension the child spirit within that suit ended up escaping the ghost, ready to be called upon should ever the occasion arise. And with that, we come to the end of this look at the story and animatronics of FNAF. Hey guys, Super Horror Bro Mike here, and in today's video we come to the final episode of FNAF Animatronics Explained, as we venture into the sordid history of Springtrap and the spirits trapped within its suit, William Afton. Across episodes past, we have checked in with all major characters created by Scott Cawthon over the years, and it's now time to conclude with the darkest history lesson of them all. So sit back, relax, and let's take another nostalgic walk down memory lane. This is Springtrap Explained. Originally known as Salvage by fans until his name was officially confirmed by creator Scott Cawthon, Springtrap is without doubt one of the most sinister and creepy animatronics from the series. He is a bipedal green rabbit, and his body is full of severe damage. Holes run the breadth of his outer shell from ear to foot, revealing the endoskeleton beneath. One of his ears is missing almost completely, as are his 2 lower feet casings. The Springtrap suit was one of the original animatronic devices, and unlike later iterations, these suits were built to fit a person inside. This is why Springtrap has 5 fingers instead of the usual 4 seen in other designs since. However, the freakiest aspect of Springtrap's design can be glimpsed during rare moments, as we see the deformed body of a human trapped within. In fact, we get a closer look at the face of this entangled victim during a very rare series of renders, which occasionally flash up when booting into FNAF 3. More on this person soon. Springtrap first showed up in Five Nights at Freddy's 3, where he was the sole threat to the player and the only animatronic causing a game over to occur, although several phantom animatronics helped make things difficult for us too. We must use a sound sample of a child laughing and talking to lure Springtrap away from our office and make sure we are rebooting systems in the process. If Springtrap gets too close to the office or manages to crawl his way through the vent system, then it's game over. Springtrap is also one of only a handful of animatronics to feature 2 different jump scare animations, although Ennard still reigns supreme with 4. The name Springtrap originates from a type of animatronic suit, the Springlock design to be precise. In fact, Springtrap is not the original name for this animatronic. Originally, it was known as Spring Bonnie. To understand why, we need to delve into the creepy backstory behind this character and its origins, the story of William Afton. In the 1970s, William Afton and friend Henry Emily founded Fazbear Entertainment and opened Fredbear's Family Diner together under the company name. William was an inventor, coming up with the architecture for the original Springlock animatronic designs found within the restaurant. However, these suits were temperamental, snapping shut at a moment's notice, and so staff had to be trained how to wear them safely. William had 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. The oldest of these 2 sons constantly bullied the younger one, eventually stuffing him into the mouth of Fredbear during a birthday party. The Springlock mechanism failed and snapped shut on the crying child, killing him instantly. This was the beginning of William's spiral into madness. Unable to cope with the death of his child at the hands of an animatronic created by both himself and Henry, he decided to exact revenge, killing Henry's daughter Charlotte Emily outside the diner one evening. This event caused the diner and Springlock designs to be banned from public use. In the years that followed, Afton's mental state further crumbled. He opened a new restaurant in 1985 called Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and there went on a murderous rampage, abducting and killing 6 more children by the names Cassidy, Fritz, Gabriel, Jeremy, Kelsey, and Susie. He did this by wearing a Spring Bonnie costume and luring them into the back room. To hide the bodies of these kids, Afton stuffed them inside the animatronic suits where they would eventually be resurrected through the characters Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, and Freddy. While arrested, William Afton managed to lie his way out of any charges. By this point, William Afton had discovered a soul energy known as Remnant, and when harvested, this allowed for animatronics to be given life. Afton seemed fixated by the concept of life after death and began experimenting with this soul energy. His mission was now to kill as many children as possible and gather a large resource of Remnant in the process. This led to the creation of a new site known as Circus Baby's Pizza World, where the animatronic Circus Baby had been designed to kidnap children for William. Unfortunately, it accidentally ended up killing his own daughter, Elizabeth Afton, when she ventured too close. Things went from bad to worse when one fateful night, after destroying the animatronics containing the souls of the children Afton had killed, their ghosts began haunting him, causing him to take refuge inside an old Spring Bonnie suit. It had been kept in storage, but in his panic, William forgot the reason why. The suit snapped shut and fused him within. However, as he had been using Remnant collected from the souls of the children, Afton did not die, and instead would forever haunt the Spring Bonnie suit, becoming a twisted version known as Springtrap, a deranged, murderous animatronic killing anyone who gets in his way. However, William's story doesn't quite end there, but this seems like the perfect time to transition to the final segment of the video, where we not only wrap up this twisted tale, but also take a gander at some of Springtrap's alternate versions too. William Afton's story continues as he changes appearance in FNAF 6 Pizzeria Simulator, this time being salvaged by his son Michael from the back alley of the pizzeria, in what looks to be a very battered and broken Springlock suit. He is now known as Scraptrap. After we salvage Scraptrap, he says the following:
"I knew it was a lie the moment I heard it, obviously, but it is intriguing nonetheless."
Now Afton, haunting the body of Scraptrap, hunts both his son Michael and the children of the pizzeria from the confines of the air vents above. Eventually, upon completing the game, he is burned with the other animatronics, finally releasing the tormented souls held within. His old friend Henry delivers some parting words.
Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole, so don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
Afton's soul is now forever trapped within a hell of his own making, as he is tormented by the very animatronics he helped design, and the souls of those he laid to rest well before their time. A fitting end to such a despicable man. PJ Hayward, the voice actor for both William Afton and Scraptrap, has stated that he took influence from Anthony Hopkins' rendition of infamous movie serial killer and cannibal Hannibal Lecter when performing the role. Take a listen to a few choice lines.
You may not recognize me at first, but I assure you, it's still me. I always come back.
Plushtrap first appeared in FNAF 4 and would later show up in both Ultimate Custom Night and FNAF Help Wanted. As his name suggests, Plushtrap is a sort of hybrid design, reflecting both the look of a miniature animatronic and that of a plushy doll. Although it's safe to say that most people wouldn't want to see this thing sitting at the foot of their bed. His look mirrors that of Springtrap, however he is far less damaged and has an almost cartoonish appearance, thanks mainly to his eyes. His proportions are out of whack, with a huge head that seems far too big for the comparatively small body it is attached to. He has a large mouth full of pointy, razor-sharp teeth. Plushtrap does not attack the player during a conventional night, but rather has his very own minigame known as Fun with Plushtrap. Here he sits on a chair at the end of a long dark hallway. To stop him reaching us, we must use our flashlight to freeze him in place, with the objective to stop him as he reaches an X marker just inches from our position. It's a game of cat and mouse where only the bravest will emerge victorious. Before moving on to our final trap design, it should be noted that many skins for the Springtrap character have appeared in mobile AR game FNAF Special Delivery. While these are not canon to the main story, and so have not been covered at length in any of my previous videos, they are a neat way to dress up everybody's favourite serial killing animatronic. 3 skins exist at the time of this video, and these are Clown Springtrap, Flaming Springtrap, and Toxic Springtrap, all unlockable during seasonal updates to terrorise us in our very own living rooms. Glitchtrap isn't a typical Springlock animatronic, but he does seem to have major ties to the Springtrap design and William Afton, at least in theory. Many, including myself, have speculated as to the exact origins of this creepy cyber bunny, but nothing concrete is known at this time. This will almost certainly change with the launch of upcoming title Security Breach, for which we will return to Glitchtrap for a more in-depth analysis. But for now, here is what we know. Glitchtrap appears in FNAF Help Wanted as a crudely stitched together costume resembling the look of Spring Bonnie. He wears a purple vest and bow tie, with bright purple eyes and rotten, worn down teeth. He isn't a direct threat in the game, instead appearing when we least expect it to creep us out, waving menacingly. Many have claimed this costume may be a version of one worn by William Afton to lure his child victims to their demise. These replacement costumes are mentioned during FNAF 3.
Until replacements arrive, you will be expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness/relevance should be deflected.
This is one of several hints given that help us tie William Afton to Glitchtrap. Another would be the Pizza Party minigame, implied to be a recreation of one of Afton's murder scenes where he led the child to their doom. However, Glitchtrap is not a physical being, rather he appears within the beta code for FNAF Help Wanted and tries to hijack the minds of game testers plugged into the VR headset to escape his digital prison. A mysterious voice known as Tape Girl comments on this, referring to him as an anomaly and virus.
There is a way to kill it. It wants to escape. To escape through someone. Someone plugged into this game.
It is suggested the glitch trap virus originated from reused circuit boards and technology belonging to Fazbear Entertainment that was scanned directly into the video game, thus allowing his ghost to now haunt the software. Afton, now resurrected, lives through Glitchtrap and recruits for his serial killer army, led by the antagonist of FNAF Security Breach, Vanny.
I'll be ready, and I won't let you down.
So maybe William Afton has found a way back from his own personal hell, and now continues his reign of terror on a new wave of unsuspecting victims. Time and future Five Nights at Freddy's games will surely tell, but for now we have come to the end of today's video, and the end of this FNAF themed series. I do hope you have enjoyed our revisits of each and every key animatronic over the years, and this series will continue with the launch of Security Breach over the coming months. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like, comment down below, and of course subscribe for more horror related content. Thanks for watching, and I will see you on the next video.
Bastards. And I do it again, too. I don't think you quite appreciate how difficult it is for me to speak, do you? Because let me tell you something. It hurts like a motherfucker. I don't even remember what it was like before. That's how long I've been in this goddamn suit. You know, sometimes the suit still goes off by itself. If you want a free token, give me a big old hug. Speak of the devil. Another number that isn't equal to any of you. Used for parts, stripped and broken down, all for your entertainment. Pieces of a puzzle can be repositioned and moved, replaced and swapped out. But the puzzle will never be whole again until the wrongs have been righted. Once you desecrate the beauty, once you shatter the integrity of something, all it can ever be is a broken, ugly, vile monster. So that's what I am. That's all that I am. I'm a monster. A discarded remnant of what once was. And the one you really need to fear. Fear me, and don't you blink, or your eyes may never open again.
I recognize you, but I'm not afraid of you. Not anymore. I'm so glad that I found you. The others are like animals, but I am very aware. The others are under my protection. I don't hate you, but you need to stay out of my way.
Those bastards. And I do it again, too.
Greetings, friend. Come in, come in. I'm not going anywhere. Not now. But it is good to see you. Fine, don't shake my hand. Probably best that you didn't anyway. Did you know I have the bite force of around 5,000 psi? To put that into comparison for you, your arm would have come clean off your body. It would have been a delicious meal for me, and a very gruesome scene for everyone else. You would have likely died from shock shortly after that. So, you know, you're a clever man. But I'm guessing that's not what you're here to ask me, is it? You want to know how I became like this? You know, screws coming out of my fingers, wires from my ears. If I were you, I'd have a lot of questions as well. But I'm not you, and I don't have any questions. I know exactly what happened, because I was there. So why don't you go into the next room and ask Afton, or as you call him, Springtrap. He's the reason I'm like this. He's the reason we're all like this. I'm sure he's got all the answers. So why don't you take a little interrogation into the room across the corridor? Listen, you're awful at this, by the way. A key part of the interrogation is to threaten the victim, and I'm not feeling very threatened. You think this is frightening for me? This is frightening. Yeah, pretty good at what I do. I stick to mostly terrorizing people, but you know, occasionally I'll treat myself and kill a few of them afterwards. But you know, we've got to do what we've got to do. Anyway, enough about me. Now, I've got some questions. Exactly how many of us did you end up bringing in? Wow. It's almost like they let you capture them, isn't it? How strange. Oh, another question. Where was Springtrap when you found him? Ah, okay.
Oh man, it's been a while since I've had a nice conversation like this. I mean, just look at me. Look at my hand. It's funny what years of corrosion can do to one. Come on, have a closer look. I won't bite. What do you think I'm gonna do?
And now, if you'll excuse me, I think we're gonna have to bring this conference to an end. Oh, look at that.
So, what makes you good for this job?
Well, let's see. I'm practical. I'm a very dedicated worker. When I have a goal, I always complete it. When I get put down, I always come back. You guys should be very proud of you. But stay epic, as they say. And I'll see you next time. I'm hurrying out.
Wake up! Wait here. Agent Gregory will see you in an hour. No, wait. Don't. No. What's that?
If you want a free token, give me a big old hug.
You're the devil.
Is he still there?
I don't know, I haven't seen him. Last time I heard he was getting... Oh, I remember all of you. How do you know? How could you possibly remember all of them? There's far too many. It's all like you wouldn't care anyway. It won't matter when you're dead. When we properly kill you this time. Look, mate, you give me nothing to work with you.
I'm just curious as to how you're like this.
Okay, well, if you're that interested, just die. That's how I became like this.
Any specific way you died?
Look, this is kind of a touchy subject for me, so...
Right, sorry.
It does have something to do with Afton, though. Back in 19-something or other, when he sparked all this.
Like the 5 missing children?
Oh, mate, there were so many more. I know most of them now.
The other suits, right?
Hey, we're not just suits anymore. We all have a conscience. Remember, we're still technically people.
And here I was thinking with some advanced AI. Think sentient life's a bigger breakthrough.
You're praising it like it's some sort of privilege. This is a curse. Immortality in this hulk of a body. If I could take my hand on the schmuck that started all this, he'd wish he were dead.
Wait, before, you said Afton was the cause of your death. Well, he's here, isn't he? We brought him in. Are you guys up to something? You want revenge.
That's right.
If Afton made them like this, he could be the key to some revolutionary breakthroughs.
Okay, robot. We'll help you find Afton. We'll let you talk to him for a bit, but after that, he's ours.
No catch.
No catches.
Okay, well, first, I have a name. It's Bonnie. And second, I think, gentlemen, we have a deal.
Alright. Let's go and catch ourselves a spring trap.
Look at you, frail old man. No match for a killer robot. Well, so we meet at last. We're going to kill you. And end all of this. Kill me? Oh, I always come back. I can never die. What makes you think that? Everybody says we share a similar goal. But we have him already. It doesn't matter. Just let us bring him back so we can talk properly. You think I'm going with either of you? Oh, we'll drag you back if we have to.
How's that door coming? You know, Jeff, there's a reason they call me the spine lock. Jeff?
Finally, some familiar faces.
Keep your mouth shut, you don't get to talk.
So I assume this is the part where you interrogate me?
We're not here to ask you questions, Afton. No. We're nothing like that stupid facility. They don't know what they're playing with. No. We're here to kill you and end everything once and for all.
I've heard that before.
He is really getting on my nerves.
You've caused all this pain and death for us. So, we thought we'd return the favor.
Stop. Death is too good for him. But death is exactly what he wants. Isn't it, Mr. Afton? This is not death, but it is exactly what you deserve.
If he is kept alive, we cannot rest.
Like I said, death is too good for him.
What about us?
That is not relevant.
Whoa, didn't see that coming.
She is correct. Afton does not deserve to die. He must pay for his doings.
Oh, you guys, what's happened to you?
We've been busy. Burning.
But that's not the point. The point is that Afton shouldn't be allowed to die. Not after what he's done.
Oh, so you're helping him now?
Not helping him. Just keeping him alive.
Is all this really worth it?
I understand your anger, but...
If you did, you wouldn't be killing him so soon.
Hey, look, so sorry to interrupt, but we've got some company.
This little guys again.
No, don't let them get away.
Everybody spread out and do what you do best.
Need to find him.
Alright guys, be cautious. Keep your eyes peeled. Watch each other's backs.
Captain Ruby, report.
What do you see?
Nothing yet, sir. We'll keep you updated.
Stay sharp.
Major, if I may, you don't want to go up against these guys. Trust me. I know what they're capable of.
Do not give me orders, detective. This is my mission.
I'm just saying you underestimate them. They're not what you think.
Is that what the robot said to you, huh? You really believe him? It's a freaking robot!
Smells like gas in here. Come on, look at this. What the f*** is that? You seeing this, Emma? Emma?
They're not robots. I don't even know what they are.
Wouldn't you like to know? Your friend also said that this one here has the answer. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna find him. Look, it's obvious you're not taking this seriously. So stay out of my way or you're gonna get hurt. And what the hell is that noise?
Sir, that was the front door.
No, mate. These guys are friends.
When did that happen?
No, it's a long story, really.
You... Our man's supposed to be...
Oh, yes, well, I believe Chica and the others were taking care of that.
I think we killed them.
Huh. You don't say.
Anyway, that doesn't matter right now. They took Afton.
Who took Afton?
Goldie and some of the others. They turned. They didn't even recognize me. Look, we need your help, mate.
Alright, we'll help.
Where did they take him?
That I may have an idea.
What did you do? If only you had listened to what I said. And if only you hadn't been such a mindless, stupid fucking idiot, none of this would have happened! Why did you do it? Why didn't you just listen to me? Why didn't anybody listen to me? They called me deranged. They said I was a madman. Well, it would seem that this madman has beaten death.
You see anything? Mm-mm. Care to do the honors?
He's not here.
funny?
Yeah.
So, this is kind of random, but I have a question.
Go on.
So, you know how we had that party back in 1985? The one with the really big cake?
Oh, aye.
Well, it got me thinking. How old are we? Like, do we just stop where we died, or do we keep counting?
I don't know, Chica.
Jeez, wait. That would make me like 30 or something.
Well, that would make me around 40 then, wouldn't it?
You old man. You're gonna die tomorrow, mate.
Hey, don't jinx it.
Hey, what's up with Lifty? She's been more somber than usual.
Cut her some slack. She hasn't said a word since that whole kerfuddle back at the warehouse.
Are you worried about the others? I don't just mean the younger ones, like Freddy and Foxy and all that. Goldie, he seemed pretty pissed. I just want to make Afton pay.
Look, I can't see this ending pleasantly for any of us. We just gotta stick to the plan, get Afton, and finish what we tried to do. He'll get what's coming through. What goes around, comes around.
We're here.
Oh. Wait, over there.
December 15th, Gabriel, July 1984. I will ask you again. Does this date sound familiar? This is the date where you took your first victim. This is where it all started. This is my death date. Remember it, Mr. Afton.
What do you want from me? An apology? Like that's gonna undo any of the damage I've done. It won't bring back your old life if that's what you want.
That is no longer what I want.
And what do you want then?
I want you to suffer. I want you to experience a fraction of the pain I've been through. You don't know suffering.
You don't think I know suffering? I was locked in the same room for 30 goddamn years.
That is not what I am referring to. You think you can somehow run from your past by choosing to ignore it. You've had quite the life, Mr. Afton. Let's recap, shall we? You were also responsible for the death of your wife.
I had good reason for it.
Yes, the reason. Elizabeth.
Don't you dare say that name.
You were responsible for her death too. Killed by the hand, or perhaps claw, of your own machine.
What are you doing?
I'm merely reminding you of your sins. In case you forgot.
Stop this.
Your son, Evan. Killed by yet another one of your creations.
Stop it.
Stand by.
Out of my squadron. I've got movement. Possible backup required.
Yeah, it's me again. No murder. Come on, guys, I'm not in the mood. Alright, if you insist. You owe me one. Now you owe me two.
Stay out of this.
Consider your ghostly ass rescued. Now what do you say?
We were doing just fine without you, thank you very much.
We have something that needs to be dealt with, so if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, calm your horses. Who are you trying to impress with your oh so serious attitude?
Our interests no longer align. Cassidy needs Afton for reasons you aren't willing to understand. And we aren't about to allow some military con artist prevent her from doing what must be done.
Alright, fair enough. It looks like we have our differences. But at the end of the day, we both hate this, GI jackass. So we'd like to help.
You're helping us.
Call it a ceasefire.
Guys, we think we're under attack.
Yeah, mate, we were thinking the same thing.
Oh, they really want to scrap now? They really want a piece of this?
The Major should be in the last vehicle. I'll open the doors and you grab him.
Hubby doesn't need his AA batteries.
I've been waiting all night for this. Let's do it.
We mustn't let him enter the premises. Cassidy needs her time with Afton.
Oh boy, you guys, always resorting to violence.
Barney, we know you're not one to put up a fight. But don't worry, we'll be your left-hand man. Got him.
Oh, very funny and odd. I'll give you points for originality. Oh, actually, no I won't.
Evie, Frank, get the bolts. On it.
Crap.
Hey, look who it is!
He's not here either?
Wait, who's not here?
Where is the one you call Major?
Tell me this, where the hell's the one you call Springtrap?
Now, how do you feel, Afton? You are reliving your worst experiences, your nightmares, your hell, over and over and over again. You should know that this is simply a taste of your future experiences. It is my responsibility to ensure that the feelings you experience now shall prevail for the next many millennia. Or at least, until our star burns out. We shall see what happens then.
You can't break me.
But of course, one cannot break what has already been broken. Interesting. I was under the impression you had lost anything remotely resembling empathy or remorse. But for a moment, I saw sorrow. Fleeting, but noticeable.
I'm going to kill you, like I killed the rest of them.
That would be entertaining, I suppose. And fortunately for you, you have all the time in the world to plan this theoretical action. But I believe it is safe to assume that no force on this earth can match the power I possess.
Hello again, Afton. We have unfinished business we need to discuss. Please, come with me.
How'd you know that would work?
Electrical current stunned them. They may be undead, but they're still just nuts and bolts. Say, detective, maybe you should stay behind. Keep the rest of them in line. You can leave Afton to me.
What's the matter? Some of them getting on your nerves.
No, I just need you here. Thanks.
Alright, roger that, I guess.
You let him get away.
Major is taking care of it.
Wait a minute. You didn't get laid off, did you?
What? No, I didn't get laid off.
Then why did he leave you behind?
He just needs me here, making sure ones like you aren't killing our entire troop.
I don't want to hear it.
Has it ever hit you to think why he needs Afton so urgently?
The entire point of this operation was to learn how you work, for the benefit of our industry. Heck, every industry. The entire world. You're freaking immortal. Who doesn't want a taste of that?
Okay, yeah, everyone's always saying that till they're the ones that are unkillable. Trust me, it's not as good as they make it sound.
Major's a stubborn man. Try telling him that.
Oh my god, how stupid are you? Open your eyes, you moron! He used you to get to us because we refused to talk to him!
Wait, what?
You're the investigator here, aren't you, detective? You understand us. We trust you to trust us, and we need your help.
Trust is a strong word. He did just ruin a perfectly good plan by sending away our only leverage again.
I can't believe this.
What do you think they're talking about?
I don't know, but it doesn't sound good.
Hey, any updates on what happened with Lefty and Goldie? Are they, like, good now or something?
No way, dude. Last time I checked, she was unleashing hell on everyone. Why do you ask?
Look.
Stop meddling with what you don't understand. You have nothing to gain and everything to lose.
So, what exactly will happen to Afton now?
Well, knowing Major, he's gonna run all kinds of experiments on Afton at HQ. Until he gets what he wants. Which could take weeks, months, even years. To be honest, I don't know when he'll be satisfied. I'm sorry.
Beautiful. And now he's probably taken him to some undisclosed off-grid facility. And we have no idea where this is or how to get there.
I wouldn't say that.
Where are you taking me? Answer me!
the undisclosed off-grid facility you were talking about.
It sure is off the grid.
Seriously though, how are we getting in? There's no way we could just force our way in. It seems to me like the only way in is the front door. And correct me if I'm wrong, you got sacked, and Bonnie and I don't exactly look like we'd be clocking in for a night shift.
Listen. I'll go in. But I need one of their uniforms. I can't just waddle in there as the now infamous detective.
If you need a uniform, say no more. I did it once, I can do it again.
Actually, now that I think about it. Ennard, you're coming with me. I'm gonna need someone to fry the cameras as I infiltrate. And I assume you're one with the wires?
I can't believe you would say that about us. Of course we'll help you.
Alright, let's go catch ourselves a spring trap.
Alright, is everyone okay?
Yeah, we're in. I think I'm getting the hang of it.
They really couldn't have made these vents a little wider.
I thought you're supposed to be good at that stuff.
And I thought the lookout was supposed to be armed.
Be quiet, you guys. We need to focus. We can't be here for very long. I may have a disguise, but if I'm caught trying to bust after now, it's over. Hey, Ennard. I got a camera up here. Work your magic.
Alright, hold on. I'm initializing my electromagnetic multi-system wipeout. Hey, so you do know which one's in, right? Or am I just systematically disabling cameras in front of you?
I put the tracker on the van, not Afton. But it shouldn't be too hard to find him ourselves. We just need to keep looking. Hey, Ennard. Hold tight for a sec. I'm gonna check something out.
My name is Cody Kenneth. I've done nothing wrong.
I know who you are. And this is no mistake.
What are you? Why are you at my house?
Don't worry about me or any of that. We're here to talk about you.
Hey, don't touch my stuff.
I wanted to thank you in person for everything you've given me. Not that you built any of this yourself, but got to give credit for the inspiration.
I knew a man like you once, reckless, only concerned with his own ambitions, blind to the damage he caused to get there.
I am not Afton.
How do you know that name?
Fortunately, I've had the benefit of learning from his mistakes. Where he failed, I persevered. I am more than he ever will be.
You're just like him. You don't know when to stop. You may have come technologically further, but you can't escape the burden that comes with all this hurting people. It's not too late to step down. You can be better than Afton. Before people, too many people, and things get destroyed. Take off the suit and walk away before it consumes you and you can't take it off no more. I wish I could have said this to him before it was too late.
We've got everything we need. Clean up the mess.
You heard the Major. Let it up.
Affirmative.
This is entered again. We're at the final stretch.
What is the holdup, Foxy? We should be there by now.
Stay the course, guys. Springtrap should be right at the end of that corridor.
Look, you copy that?
Yeah, I copy. There's been a slight change of plans.
What do you mean, slight change of plan?
Well, not change of plan, more like additional information.
What does it mean, additional information?
Is it something that we need to know, or is it unimportant?
No, let's just focus on finding Springtrap, and we'll deal with this later.
Brilliant work, Einstein. You may have just doomed us.
Oh, me! Funny! I'm not the one dragging us down to a crawl.
It's called being tactical, if you must know.
It's called being tactical. I'll show you tactical. What's taking so long?
You're the last person who gets to complain. A bull could have escaped from a china shop stealthier than you could escape from a simple vet.
Oh, my apologies. I guess I should let the experts handle things.
Right, yes, exactly. I admit I didn't expect to see such a simpleton understand common sense for once.
Please, if I had been in control, I would have gotten us out of the lickety-split.
So, I'm sorry, but did you actually seriously just say lickety-split?
Okay, Foxy, I do, and I say what I want, me, and I don't need your hoity-toity advice to dictate how I live my life.
You're an idiot.
No, you're an idiot.
Please shut up, the both of you. You're both idiots who got us captured with your incompetency. Now let me do the talking so you don't make this worse than it already is.
Oh, look, she lives! Thanks for all that nothing back there.
I sincerely hope the devil isn't watching and getting ideas for damnation.
Hello there, friend.
Just so we're clear, if you try anything...
You know what? Yeah, sure. Completely understandable, officer. We hereby state that we understand that our actions have consequences, and that we plan to just sit here and do our due diligence instead of lashing out at you or something.
Excuse my idiotic partner. What he's trying to say is that we'll be complacent and cooperative from here on out. Any questions that you ask shall be answered to the best of our ability.
I am not an idiot. We just talked about this.
Now is not the time, you idiot.
I am not an idiot.
The boss wants me to ask you some questions. Every question you do not answer, I raise the voltage. And believe me, I'm dying to see that.
I apologize for their behavior. Please proceed with your questions.
Very good. Let's start with the technical. How is it that multiple personas are able to survive within one body?
Our creator, William Afton, was responsible for that. He ran experiments on us, trials. He wanted to bring back his daughter through science. And we were his lab rats.
So, elaborate on these trials. Why go through the trouble? How would combining minds get him closer to resurrecting his deceased daughter?
He found that the more remnant he tried to inject into these husks, the more unstable they would become. It was too much for one mind to handle. And so he thought it would be a good idea to stitch two of the most
dense personalities in the same body as me.
Laura, you don't need to reveal everything.
Yeah, Laura. What the hell?
Please continue.
As I was saying, we were his first attempt at resuscitation. And as a consequence, the most unstable. An amalgamation of parts. 3 life forces constantly fighting for the light.
And just who exactly are you calling unstable?
Idiots.
Okay, sorry. All right, we admit killing everyone we came across was a bit excessive, and we regret it. What? You're gonna apologize now?
Both of you, would you please stop it?
Why do I have to die like this? Why couldn't I just be alone for once? I hate you guys.
I hate you too.
Had enough?
Oh, Lord. Where'd Laura go?
Is she dead? We can't die. That's impossible.
I'll let you gather your thoughts. Maybe when I get back, you'll have rethought your approach. We have all night.
Laura, are you okay? Laura! God damn it, answer me!
This is all your fault. Now Balora's gone and we're down for the count.
All right, just shut up. Okay, just calm down. Let me get us on our feet first.
Such wonderful news for crippled can't even stand.
Okay. Ballora, the way I was treating you and the things that I said, it wasn't great, okay? I apologize. Sincerely, I'm sorry. Now is a good time to come back.
Just give it up. She's not coming back, Foxy.
If it weren't for you, I'd have everything under control, and we wouldn't need to rely on Ballora for something as simple as walking.
You know what? No, you're being a pansy. Can't be that hard. Give me the wheel.
Wow, great job. I'm so impressed. Now let's get out of here before that trigger-happy maniac returns.
Why don't you just say you need my help?
If you want to hear those words in my voice so much, I can offer you lessons in impressions and mimicry. Just think about it while I have the wheel.
Oh, wait, don't take over now! Oh, hey, not so fast, we're gonna fall! Wait. I got a plan. Alright, you take the left, I take the right.
Alright, fine, you psychopath.
Yeah, fine.
Ow, Christ. I forgot about that.
Alright, listen up everybody. It's been 30 minutes since we lost contact with Bloke and Ennard. What are our options?
If we're gonna go inside to save them, we'll need a distraction.
Yes, okay, that's good. Any ideas, team?
We could try a tall man.
What is that?
Like where we stack on top of each other and peep in.
Why would doing that make them want to let us in?
Why don't we just use the van?
That's not a bad idea, hey. I can drive around the front, cause a little havoc, while you guys sneak around the back.
One problem. I doubt these nightmarish statures are able to fit in the front of a truck, let alone grip the wheel. No offense, Bonnie.
Ooh, I could do it!
Have you ever driven a car?
Nope, I never got the chance. I was too young.
It's never too late to learn. Us Bonnies will go together.
In that case, are you up for a rescue, Chica?
Ooh, prison break? Sounds fun.
This plan still hasn't covered what we're gonna do when we find Afton. It's one thing breaking in, but let's not underestimate him.
I'm gonna rip him to shreds.
Only one of us holds that power. It's Lefty that needs to do it.
I will take care of him. Granted, we are not visited by a certain golden ghost again.
I'm willing to bet that wherever they're keeping Afton, Bloke and Ennard are close by. If we regroup there, we should be able to cover you.
Taking out the power should give us the advantage too.
Team Bonnie's on that!
Alright, so Team Bonnie are on distraction duty while Team Chica locate our friends. We'll regroup, then Lefty will take care of Afton, and we can call it a night.
And if you see Cassidy, make it known.
Roger that! Let's go, team!
See you on the other side.
Friends forever!
Why do you help them?
Come again?
The animal mascots you think are your friends. They're just annoying children playing dress up.
I mean, you're one to talk, but yeah, tell me about it.
I can't stand them personally.
I never had kids. Are they always like this?
I had 3.
Really? And what do they think about all you've accomplished over these past years?
They're dead.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. My family is a remnant of the past. I've accepted that I'll never see them again. I've moved on. Your so-called friends need to do the same.
Well, you gotta admire their spirit, though.
They're just stubborn brats. So stubborn that they've dragged you into this. You'll wind up just like them if you're not careful.
Whatever, mate. I'm pretty sure you're at fault here.
What have they told you? That killing me will somehow restore the moral balance? If there's one thing death has taught me, it's that life's not fair.
Oh, you're a philosopher too.
They're just using you to get to me.
Yeah, but I mean, who isn't at this point?
Even my old friends, the Oracle and the Traitor.
Major, what the hell are you doing?
Relax. I'm just here to talk to him.
Oh goody. More chit-chat.
This is something you want to hear.
There's nothing we can do. We've tried everything already. We're so useless.
Oh man, never thought I'd miss that know-it-all. At least she had things figured out.
I'm such a moron. What was I thinking, trying to do everything by myself when I can't do anything? I'm really so arrogant and self-centered for this to be the first time I felt guilt.
Hey, Foxy.
Just a worthless, self-centered, selfish prick who thinks he's the best at everything he does.
Foxy.
And now I'm stuck in the concrete room with the worst person I know for the rest of eternity. What? Oh, I see.
Right, left. See, we're doing it.
You're spending so much more time talking than pulling your weight.
I am pulling my weight, you pull yours.
Freeze, robot surrounded.
Oh, this is it. We surrender.
Excuse me, surrender? Look at him.
How do we fight when we can't even walk well?
Well, we made it this far.
What a bunch of idiots.
What did you call us?
I said, what a bunch of idiots. What a bunch of hippie bubba. Help!
We are not idiots. We are your evening star.
Oh, well, that wasn't too bad. I'm genuinely impressed.
Yeah, thanks. You know, I'm kind of tired of fighting all the time.
I never thought that I'd ever say that I actually agree with you. We have to keep moving. We need to find that bloke and get this over with.
They're gonna wish we'd never been here.
This is where all my stuff has been. I've been looking for that.
This is where it all started.
That's right. A one-to-one salvage model of Afton's workshop, featuring the actual tools used in your experiments. I figured if I was going to build a suit of my own, why not go the full way?
It looks tacky, by the way.
A lot of these machines are old, broken down, poorly made. I suspected they all run on the same type of energy, an energy I don't have, which is where you come in.
This is crazy.
No. What's crazy is working with the enemy. What's crazy is that thing over there. This is not crazy. This is progress.
And what makes you think I'm going to help you on your little science project?
The only thing that's left for your daughter. I did my research. You do what I need, and you can have her back.
This is what you're looking for. The translator to turn remnant into electrical currents. This will do what you need.
See? That wasn't so hard. You are the genius they say you are.
There's one more thing. This device is only a converter of energy. An engine won't work without fuel.
What kind of fuel does it use?
It needs blood. Straight from the source. Raw, unprocessed blood.
Cue him. Take the device and show us how it works.
Wait, come on, Major, don't do this. Are you seriously ready to kill for this?
He's done this many times before. What's one more?
That's different. Grief changes people, but this is psychotic.
Progress.
Slow down, bro. We're trying to distract him, not kill him.
I can't find the brakes!
The left one, left one.
Bloody wankers, it's his first time on the road.
You're doing great. Oh,
Crap, sorry.
Doing a good job drawing attention.
alright, now just bring it to park.
Oh, this one?
No, not that one.
Remind me to be more literal next time.
What are we looking at?
Is that us?
Freddy, I don't like this. Let's get out of here.
Go.
How many of those things did you make?
One for every mascot. Why? You want one?
Just so you know, I'm helping you escape so I can take you back to the others. And so Major doesn't get his hands on that.
Keep telling yourself that.
Look for a way down.
They're leaving. I don't understand.
We were so close.
Why would he do that?
Hey, scissor lift. 10 o'clock.
We need to do something now!
Bonnie, no, it's too dangerous.
Now's our chance. Go, go! Bonnie?
God.
Fools, you'll regret this.
Bonnie.
Salvage team, bring me the blue one. Inflammatory units, take out the rest.
We've got to go.
Everyone in the van. We can't leave him behind.
We have no choice.
The Major wasn't ready for power delivery at 0700.
What's going on? What have you done with my friends? I want to see my sister. Let me out of this place. You! you?
You remind me of a child.
That's because I am one. I am a child, douchebag.
But you're not a child. You're a creature. One that couldn't save its friends or itself. I want you to understand why I'm doing this. You are what we would consider the runt of the herd. Weak and infested with false confidence. I aim to take your potential and use it for something that will actually matter. The remnant husk. I won't make the same mistake this time. This remnant stuff is a bitch. But what I have learned from Mr. Afton is that it is as potent as I predicted. And that it is abundant.
What are you doing? What is this? No, no! I want to talk to my friends! Please, General, let me go!
Hey guys, we gotta decide where we're gonna go. Otherwise I'm just wasting petrol.
Don't blame yourself. It happened so fast.
We can still go back for Bonnie.
That wouldn't be a good idea. We got hit pretty bad this time and they didn't even know we were coming. I'm sure they're holding him for now. We need more supplies first and then we can go back for him, okay?
And what are we going to do about Afton? Bloke's not answering the radio.
Hey, how are you holding up?
I want to see my brother.
I know.
We're being tested again. This event is truly tragic. Every time it wears us down, but what would have broken us by now hasn't. Purely because we still have each other.
Sometimes all this cryptic crap you say gives me the ick. But I think you're right. Let's go to the home base.
Hey look, Mints.
I'm not exactly in a sociable mood right now. I haven't slept properly in 5 nights, and everyone I meet is trying to kill me.
You've got to lighten up. What did I call you? Bloke, you're like me. When everything is out to get you, it becomes the norm. You should worry about yourself, and just yourself.
No, see, stop. You act like you don't care, but you clearly haven't moved on. Now, I don't know if it's grief or guilt that's keeping you in denial, but I don't think you're any more crazy or important than you want us to think. So stop prancing around like you're above everybody. Give me that stupid box!
Hey! I want to see my daughter again.
What?
I lost hope for a long time, but this box is a chance. I don't want to talk about it. Just take us to the old establishment, will you?
Yeah, when I'm dead.
Gems is gonna be looking for us, and your friends. I have supplies there that'll help us.
Hello? Guys? Guys? I was too late.
Be not afraid, little one.
Where am I? Am I dead?
No, you are not. Nor are you alive. Your soul is disconnected from your body, but unable to rest.
Who are you?
I am your guide to this ethereal. You have been broken, and I will help you find the pieces.
Can you help me find my friends? I wasn't fast enough. They're in danger.
Follow me. It is for you.
What is it?
Your purpose here.
Whoa. What was that?
You have much to learn about yourself.
How are the new upgrades, Major?
I like it. And I know exactly where to get some more.
I get what you're feeling. It's a lot on your shoulders to know they're relying on you.
I failed him. I promised I'd protect us until this was all over. But I couldn't, so I shouldn't have lied.
We'll get him back. But all we can do now is stay composed for the others. They look up to us.
We're at a dead end. The gang aren't in any state to be in combat, and we don't know where Bloke's taken Afton. It was my fault to trust him.
I don't...
Guys, Bonnie? You there? Can you hear me?
Well, guess who it is? I apologize for leaving you. Now you listen here. We had a plan, and if we'd stuck to it, Afton would be in our custody,
And little Bonnie wouldn't have been captured.
Oh no, there's less of you.
Alright, back off.
I'm sorry about Bonnie. I didn't know he'd be caught.
Where the hell are you?
We're at an old Fazbear's service shop up north. He says there's supplies here.
You better pick a side before this all goes down.
We'll be there shortly. And he better be too.
Yeah, I've got him in cuffs right over there.
Chica, grab a weapon. Bonnie, start the van.
Yep.
This is it. We're doing this for Bonnie.
I think you two should stay here.
But I need to avenge my brother.
It's gonna be dangerous, and I don't want something to happen to you too.
We can look after Uncle Ennard.
We need you at your best to pull this off.
I understand.
What are you doing? I'm trying to help both parties here. Uncuff me.
What did I say? Worry about yourself. Just yourself.
Hey, bloke. We're coming to get Captain.
For your own safety, I think you should have him ready for us.
They will hurt you if you get in the way. And I don't want to see a friend get hurt. You're a good person, but you can either help us or him. You can't do both. Bloke, you there? Typical.
Let's see if I was as smart as I thought I was.
Remnant specimen detected. Press Y to proceed with activation. Remnant specimen detected. Specimen detected. Specimen detected. Specimen detected. Specimen detected.
Liz? Is that you? How? I'm sorry for everything. I was an idiot. But I know how to fix this. I know how to fix you. Just take my hand. Elizabeth?
It pleases me to see that you truly long for her.
Hell.
As she's just out of your reach.
When is this going to be enough?
I am afraid you are missing the point, Mr. Afton. You see, it will never be enough. I need the man that is responsible for what I have become to suffer for eternity. It is quite simple.
You realize that keeping me alive goes against what all your buddies want, right?
I am aware of this conflict of interest. However, I trust that in time, clarity will find them.
The end of your journey draws near, yet still a step lies ahead.
I feel like the end of my journey draws near, but that I haven't learned a single thing about this place, or me. Are you?
My existence is but a shadow of what I once was. It is cast to show you the path.
But I still have so many questions. Like, where did you come from? How long have you been here? Why are you helping me all of a sudden?
No cipher can encapsulate how long I have been. But for what I cannot tell, I can show.
Where is he?
The elevator. I shouldn't have left you. Maybe it's a fault that I try to see good in everyone. That's not a bad thing. But some people can't be helped. Nothing you can do about that. I'm sorry about little Bonnie. Once we get Afton back to Lefty, this can all be in the past. Yeah. You step any closer and I've got a nice 12-gauge surprise for you. Shit. Come on.
Salvage team, I've got a specimen near the south side entrance. Stand by for more.
Hey, stop! He's my friend!
He is not even human.
He's more human than you.
Fair point. Runt.
Because I do not want you or your friends to succumb to the fate I have. A long time ago, in perhaps another reality, I had a different name, a different purpose, to bring eternal torment. I obtained what I sought over and over, for centuries, for millennia, for eons. Eventually, the very life of the universe withered, but I remained. I could not die. Your purpose here now is to face the storm before it is too late. Before the unyielding void of anger and revenge engulfs everything, you must stop her. You must
Stop me.
All will unfold as I intend.
They may be deceived, but you, little one, are the strongest at heart. Through the depth of my essence, your strength shall go beyond all limits.
Afton!
We both know that's not going to do anything. Stop!
Why should we?
Please.
I have to say, Mr. Afton, I understand the obsession now. So much power.
He's ours.
You're all mine. I think I'll take her remnant too. She belongs to me.